Good afternoon now. Today is Thursday, June 29th, 2023. The meeting of the Executive Administrative Committee is now called to order. I'd like to ask Mike Judge to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Please repeat after me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mike. Public comment period. All agendized items on matters not on the agenda. Instructions for providing public comment are provided in advance and are also included in the agenda packet. I will now open the public comment period of the meeting. This is time for members of the public to offer comment for matters within SCAG's jurisdiction but not listed on the agenda. Although the Executive Administrative Committee may briefly respond to statements or questions, under state laws, matters presented under this item cannot be discussed or acted upon at this time. Public comments for items listed on the agenda will be taken separately as further described below. Staff have received any written comments after the deadline of 5 p.m. on Wednesday, June 28th. Okay. Do we have any member of the public who wish to speak that are here or online? We have not received any. Not received? Thank you. I will now close the public comment period for matters not listed on the agenda. We'll now review and prioritize agenda items. Do we have anybody who wishes to change any of the items or reprioritize? Seeing none, it'll go as printed. Well, I want to welcome you all here to Buena Park. We're incorporated in 1958, 10.3 square miles. We've got about 84,000 people right now. The best and newest news in the city is we approved a 1,315 unit apartment and townhome complex located where the old Sears property was at the Buena Park Mall. We had a public hearing Tuesday night and it was passed 5-0. So we're very happy about that. And even got a nice letter for email from BIA congratulating us. And it was a well-run meeting because I ran it. We only had one time they started to boo, and I says, if you continue to boo, you're out of the meeting. I'll allow the applause, but no booing, and it stopped right there. We didn't get it. It was well maintained the rest of the meeting. Everybody was really nice, which I expect tonight. No booing. Okay. I'd like to have everybody introduce themselves. We'll start right here and go around the table and come back around.
Cindy Allen and Vice Mayor, City of Long Beach.
You might want to tell us how long you've been involved.
How long you've been in SCAG, and what are you excited about this year?
So I am going on my second year, and I'm most excited about having this opportunity to serve as second vice president, and also excited. The more I'm around everyone here around this table, I'm just excited to get to know you, and I know we all have a common goal of making SCAG better, so I'm super excited about getting to know each and every one of you even more and all the great work we're going to do.
Hello, my name is Mike Judge. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Stephen Valley. I'm representing VCTC as the Vice Chair for the Transportation Committee. I'm looking forward to this year and seeing what goes on behind the curtain, so to say, and just making, our areas much better than what they were when we got here. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Lucy Dunn. I'm delighted to serve as the non-voting business representative for SCAG. I come out of recently retiring from the Orange County Business Council as its CEO, but I've also served as State Housing Director under Governor Schwarzenegger, and under both Governor Schwarzenegger and Governor Brown, I served on the California Transportation Commission. So technically retired, but you guys keep me busy. So it's a lot of fun to listen and learn from all of you, and I hope to be a good resource to help in your deliberations.
Hi, I'm Patricia Lockdawson. I'm the mayor of the city of Riverside, and I'm most excited about sitting next to Lucy Dunn today. So. I'm very excited about, I'm the chair of the Ledge Committee, and I'm most excited about promoting our region, not just at the state, but nationally and internationally as one of the most forward-thinking, I'm not going to use the term progressive because that's become a pejorative lately for some people. So forward-thinking, visionary areas in planning and just great urban development.
I'm David Shapiro, mayor for the city of Calabasas, beautiful downtown Calabasas, and I'm most proud to be next to our future assembly member here, Jose. I've been on CHD committee 7 years now. It's been a while, and I had the pleasure to be vice chair along with Chair Yokoyama, and last year was my first opportunity to be on the EAC, and have enjoyed being on the legislative committee and going up to Sacramento. The biggest thing I look forward to is getting more involved as hopefully my year as mayor winds down. At the end of the year, I'll have more free time and be able to do more for our region. As there's so many great minds here, so many great ideas that we can work collaboratively and come up with solutions. Again, we're at the far west, northwest end of the region, but we still can help come up with ideas or solutions for whether it's transportation, housing, all types of things. So looking forward to that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jose Luis Solache. I represent Linwood and Compton. Speaking of Compton earlier today, so that's the region I proudly represent here on SCAG. I'm most excited to continue working with our new chair on the Ledge Committee and being that voice that she mentioned for SCAG at the state level. I'm also very humbled and thankful that I'm sitting next to the gentleman that I saw at 11:30 p.m. the other night on TV, national TV, international TV with the Kardashians in his city, doing a grand opening. We're watching TV with I'm at home with my partner, and I'm like, what are you watching? And then I see David on TV. I'm like, what is David doing on TV with the Kardashians? So maybe you're rubbing the right shoulders with the right person, you know. Might get involved to Calabasas and get to the Kardashian restaurant over there. So that being said, let's keep the fun going and the human side of our job beyond our titles, just the humanity of our work, and keep going good people and deliver results to our communities. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, I'm Marshall Goodman, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of La Palma. Right next door. It took me a real long time to get here because there's so many stoplights. But I'm brand new, just joined in January. Very honored to have been appointed by my cohort, Art Brown, who's here in Buena Park. And what I'm excited about is working collaboratively, trying to promote cities working collaboratively to address the issues that we're facing. We did something in North Orange County, 12 cities, Buena Park is included, Placentia is included. Those two cities I mentioned because they built navigation centers to, deal with homelessness, and I believe Placentia also built a permanent housing facility. So that's what I'm most excited about, and to, again, promote what it was we did here in North Orange County, and that's it. And with your help, Mr. Chair, hopefully we can do that, show other areas of the region what we did here in building these two navigation centers. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Kurt Hagman, County Supervisor, County of San Bernardino. I am your first vice chair, and I don't know how long I've been here, 9 years now? Darren, probably something like that. So I've been on the supervisor for 9 years. I think I got it my first time, but I was previously here before my assembly years as a council member too. So this is my second time around. I would say that I think we're all in, it should be an exciting period of time because we do see technological advances, the way we do our business of governance. We see that both on the infrastructure side, the data collection side, and our policy side. And to integrate those in the way we do our local governments and a regional flair on SCAG would be a challenge for us all, and to continue to work that way. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Clint Lorimore, council member, City of Eastvale, and representing here District 4, which includes Norco and Harupa Valley, as well as the city of Eastvale. I think this is year 7 at SCAG, and I'm very much looking forward to the coming year, but in particular, I am looking forward to the today and tomorrow here in Buena Park. And the reason for that, this is an opportunity for this collective to come up with our ideas and strategies for moving forward through this year to implement our ideas for making Southern California a better place to live. So I'm looking forward to it, and looking forward to your leadership, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
Hello? Hey, there we go. Reza Ahmadi, Performance Works Consulting. I am working with my colleague Lori in helping SCAG frame up its strategic plan, and I'm excited to see that come to fruition, and excited to share that with you tomorrow. And lastly, just excited to have that be a springboard for the next, I guess, iteration or successes that SCAG is going to have.
There we go. Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Debbie Dillon. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer, and I've been with SCAG for 21 years. It's been a great organization the entire time, and it gets better every year, and really excited to be here. It's always special to be part of these events where we come together as staff and as elected officials and get to learn more about what's going on in your various jurisdictions, as well as more about you personally in a little more relaxed setting. So as Reza mentioned, we're working on the strategic plan, and I'm leading that effort and looking forward to talking to you more about that tomorrow, and looking forward to getting to know you more while we're here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carmen Flores. You see Fujimura here, but I'm still getting used to that part. And I am the Chief Human Resources Officer here at SCAG. Been at SCAG for 10 years. And I am most looking forward to continuing to support our talented staff as they are working really diligently to support our vision of being the catalyst for Southern California and for a brighter future. So with a really human-centric approach, I really liked what Board Member Solache said about not forgetting the human part in what we do, and I think that that applies to our workforce as well. So a very human-centric way of managing our workforce. So looking forward to that as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Higgins, and I'm the Executive Director of the California Association of Councils of Governments, or the statewide association, which SCAG is a member. I am excited to be here for 2 reasons. One, I'm only 3.9 miles from the house I grew up on, just in West Fullerton, just off Chapman Avenue. And 2, I'm actually really excited to be here because I'm always like to get out of the Sacramento office and see how real regionalism is done. So I'm here to learn and watch and cheer you on.
Good afternoon. Oh, wow. Okay, maybe there's a reason why that's back there that far. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mike Houston. I'm your chief counsel. I've been here for just about 2.5 years. I think what I'm most excited about is being here today and tomorrow. We don't often have a lot of time to dig into things in our monthly meetings, and this is a really great opportunity for staff and you as our leaders to sort of talk about things of substance and consequence, and I look forward to learning as well. Thank you.
This one as well. Good afternoon, Cindy Giraldo, Chief Financial Officer here at SCAG. I've been with the agency about 2.5 years. It's gone by incredibly quickly, and it's been truly rewarding, so I appreciate that time that I've had. I really think Debbie and Mike both did a great job in expressing the sentiment that I share, so for sake of time, I'll say ditto on what they said, so thank you. It's very powerful.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Erica Bustamante, Deputy Director of Finance for SCAG, and I'm starting my 8th year at SCAG, so it's certainly As everyone has mentioned, exciting to be here to get to know everyone a little bit better. As we were preparing for this meeting, I couldn't help but to look at how we've grown so much in the last 8 years, and not to steal Darren's thunder because he's going to go over the budget and how it's grown. But when I started, I was the budget manager, and we only had a budget of 50 million, and now you'll see that we're starting the next fiscal year with a budget of 350 million. So very exciting to see how our work has grown, and excited to be part of the finance team that will be supporting the work.
Hello, everyone. I'm Richard Lamb. I've been with SCAG for a whopping 7 months, and I'm just really excited to kind of join a great organization, kind of learn from everyone, and meet everyone here. Thanks.
Hello, Jeff Elder. I'm the Senior Deputy Legal Counsel. I've been with SCAG for 2 years, so although 2 years, this is my first time being here at the EAC retreat, so I'm just excited to be here and participating and learning and seeing what goes on here. So thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Annie Nam. I'm the Deputy Director for Transportation at SCAG. I've been with SCAG, I think about, I can match Debbie at 20 plus years. I stopped counting at a certain point, but anyways. I am looking forward to completing our RTP-SCS, our Connect SoCal 2024 this year.
Hi everyone, Lori Goffigan with Performance Works. My colleague Reza, as he said, we've been working with all of you for the past year on the strategic plan, have met with many of you, have talked with many of you over the course of the past year. Hi Jan. I'm very happy to be here to continue this work, and love the opportunity to just learn from all of you and to understand how we can best incorporate that into the work that we're doing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Javiera Cartagena. I'm the Chief Government and Public Affairs Officer. I get to serve and work along all of you, and I'm most excited for, it seems like a new class of board members. We have about 32 new board members at SCAG, and it takes a lot of energy and education and a lot of just goodwill to get everyone up to date and situated in a very sometimes complicated and wonky world. So my team covers legislation, covers media and public affairs, and of course government affairs that serves all of you, and that's what I'm really excited about for this next year. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sarah Jepson. I'm the Chief Planning Officer at SCAG. And in my role, I guess I lead the really wonky world of SCAG in managing all of our plans and programs. I've been here for about 10 years, hard to believe, but I've really enjoyed the experience and being part of the growth of the organization. Over the next year, like Annie and everyone in the agency, I think gets really excited when we get to a point where we are adopting Connect SoCal, our RTP-SCS. Also this year, really excited about all the new resources that we will be awarding to local jurisdictions and other partners through our REAP 2 programs. But today and this next couple days, I'm really excited about this opportunity to understand your priorities. There are so many things we can do at SCAG. There's so much information we can bring forward to you. There's so many ways, we're looking at housing and transportation and land use and environmental issues. And so this is a really helpful for us to understand the things that you want to focus on this year so that we can best support you in moving the region forward on your priorities. So thank you.
Hi everyone, Elizabeth Carvajal. I'm the Deputy Director of Planning and Land Use, which includes the Housing Department, our Inclusive Economic Growth Department, and Sustainable Resilient Development Department. I also staff the CHD Policy Committee. I've been here for a little over a year, about 13, 14 months, so relatively new. This is my first EAC retreat. What I'm most excited about, echoing everything everyone else has said, but really to support all of you to improve the region and improve quality of life for folks that live here. So thank you. You want to share?
Yes, we'll share. Hi, I'm Cerritos Council Member Frank Yokoyama, and I'm in my 5th year in SCAG, and I guess I was in the right place in the right time, and I was lucky to get on the regional council to represent Cerritos, Artesia, Hawaiian Gardens, and Norwalk, And right there, that was already great. That was already fantastic to have a seat at the table to represent Southern California with all of you on the regional council. But I'm also blessed that I got involved with the CEHD committee, which deals with housing, which is a very critical issue to our state. And I'm lucky to be the chair of the CEHD committee. And what I'm looking forward to at this retreat is learning more about SCAG, because I've been to a few of these now, because Art's predecessors made sure to get these retreats going the first chance we had after the pandemic. And I learned a lot at the first one. I think that was Clint. And then at Jan's, I was like, wow, there's still a lot more to learn. SCAG's doing a lot. And I really expect and looking forward to continuing learning about SCAG. We're doing so much for our region, and I'm just glad to be here with all of you. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruben Duran. I serve as board counsel to the Regional Council and to the EAC. I've been with SCAG since I think the 2018-19 year, which would mean I'm coming up into my 6th year. Been great years, all of them. I am the managing partner of Best and Krieger's Ontario office. I also serve as city attorney in Ontario and Fontana in the Inland Empire. What I'm most looking forward to, when I heard Jose Luis Olache say the Cuban element, I heard Cuban element, it was human element, so I was thinking mojitos, not mojitos. Certainly excited for the human element as well as a Cuban element. Looking around the table, I see veteran members that have been here before I got here, and then I see a bunch of new members of the EAC, and I think I'm excited to see that sort of integration and interaction among all of you as policymakers. As legal counsel, you know, it's not my job to make policy, it's my job to make sure that everything that you're doing is within the bounds of the law, and I love that job. I'm just sort of a nerd that way. And I guess lastly, I see the Southern California region as a very dynamic, diverse, and Sarah used the word wonky. I think it's a very smart place, and I think I see those three elements represented around the table, whether it's at the EAC or the RC or any of the policy committees, and so I'm looking forward to seeing that in play here today and throughout the coming year.
My name is Andrew Masil. I'm the tribal government representative, and I represent 17 tribes and was recently reappointed to this position about a month ago. And I've been associated with SCAG for a number of years, off and on. I guess it's a position no one ever wants, but I get reelected a few times here. And just want to say, that was kind of a joke, but just want to say that I'm quite honored to be part of this organization, because I strongly feel that the work that we do here and the inclusiveness to tribal communities, as diverse as they are, I feel that it's a very central voice that I share. And I not only go to these meetings, but I also attend meetings to other sub-regional groups of tribes, and I've been a part of that for some time, and I look forward to another year of cooperation with SCAG. Thank you. And I'm going to introduce the Honorable Deborah.
Thank you, Andrew. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mayor Deborah Robertson, representing City of Rialto as well as the City of Fontana, which is District 8. And I've had the pleasure, I would say, after just this past May, I'm moving into my 22nd year of continuous serving as a representative on SCAG. And I'm really proud of that. I've enjoyed being a part of watching the evolution, watching this organization continuing to move forward. I'm excited when I see the numbers. Thank you guys when you give me the overview of us, because I go around and proudly say that we are the largest MPO in the nation, I like that. I like that we are 15th largest economy worldwide, and it speaks to the fact that I feel that everybody in here is about change and moving forward and innovation. We've never been stuck from the time that I've been here in a place where we want to go back. We realize we must go forward and plan for the future. So I'm excited to be here, and I'm also the chair of the Energy and Environment Committee, and I've been the past chair of CHED. I've seemed to come in at times when there's a little bit of controversy, but that's okay. I enjoy that too. It keeps the blood going. So I'm excited for this next year.
Good afternoon. I'm Tim Sandoval, Mayor of the City of Pomona, and I represent District 38, which includes Claremont, Laverne, San Dimas, and Pomona. This is actually my first full retreat. And as I look around the room, at times this is one of those bodies where you can be really starstruck in that you see people that you see, for good things, you see people on TV, some of the folks that you see on TV or in the newspaper, certainly at a lot of, being on a lot of boards. So it's an honor to be here. One thing I will mention, since we're in the city of Buena Park, I am very proud to say that Walter Knott grew up in the city of Pomona and attended high school in Pomona and met his wife Cordelia at Pomona High School a very, very long time ago. And but the thing that I'm most excited about really is I think all of us are incredibly painfully aware of the real challenges we face as a region. We see it. It's so visible. I mean, just driving over here and the traffic and trying to get here in a reasonable amount of time, seeing our unhoused population, seeing the challenge of building affordable housing in the state. So there are real challenges that we face. In my view, and I think that's why bodies like this were established, was how do we not be just focused in on our cities, on our own cities, but to really think about this regionally and how do we work together? Because the reality is most people don't delineate a line as they're driving on the freeway or they're taking public transportation. They're going through our communities. And there are a lot of people who are looking to us to lead and to solve the problems that we face. I know we can't do it alone, but when we have opportunities like this to come together and to work together, this is it. This is really an incredible opportunity for us to figure out and put our minds together to figure out how we're going to address the issues that we see happening all over the Southern California region. Thank you.
Well said. Good afternoon, Darren Schitze. I'm the Chief Operating Officer. Here at SCAG, I've been here for 18 years in a variety of roles, and in this one about over 6 now. What am I excited for? I'll tell you, I'm really excited for the 4th of July. It's my favorite day of the year, and we have a great time in our community that I'll tell all of you about when we're having dinner later. So walking in this room and seeing it all red, white, and blue did make me excited for that. But I'm going to build on something that was said earlier. Javier and Ruben both touched on it. We've changed so much of an organization, and at the same time, over the last year, this board, the EAC and the RC as a whole, has had more turnover at one time than I can ever recall. And it's really a great opportunity, obviously, to help define the future of the organization, but we're also doing that as a time that we've been busier than we've ever been with, and we're going to talk about this later today, but certainly with Connect SoCal and some state grants we're implementing. So I think how do we, as staff, help support you as an EAC and support the broader RC in bringing those, which can be, I think, challenging elements together at a time of change, and supporting that, I think is a great opportunity that I'm certainly excited for over the next year.
Thank you. I'm Jan Harnick, and I serve on the Palm Desert City Council. I'm here at SCAG representing the Riverside County Transportation Commission. I've had the opportunity to serve at SCAG, I think, about 10 years. This is just such an exciting time. One of the things I think we've all learned, and it becomes louder and the groove becomes deeper, is how important regionalism is. And when we work together, because we all do have different issues, and it's a very wonderfully diverse region, and when we work together, we come up with great solutions. And one of the great things about SCAGs over these last years is watching it evolve and do more things, and its evolution coincides with the needs of our region. And so it's a continuous an ongoing learning process that we have the opportunity to be part of. So I'm looking forward to hearing from everyone, developing goals, and finding ways to reach those goals.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? My name is Maggie Aguilar, Clerk of the Board. I've been with SCAG just shy of 3 years. In August will be 3 years. Definitely just excited to learn more about SCAG and certainly look forward to learning about the communities that you all represent. You know, I think what's really an eye-opener is just the challenges that a lot of the cities face, and you don't necessarily sometimes see that within your own community, so trying to understand everyone's own issues is really important. So I certainly look forward to learning more about your cities.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Perla Lopez. I'm the special events producer. I've been with SCAG about 5 years. 4 of those years were as a senior admin, and just this year, I'm doing the special events, doing a lot of the planning and executing of the signature events. So what I look forward to is seeing everyone with smiles and enjoying themselves at all our signature events at SCAG.
I'm Sarah Miller. I'm the executive assistant, and I am looking forward to scheduling all those one-on-one meetings you're going to need with Kome and Darren.
Hello, my name is Edward Venegas. I've been at SCAG for 9 years, and I'm the audio and video, so usually you don't see me in the office. I'm hiding in some room, dark room. And so I'm excited to hear the presentations and see where SCAG is heading the next year.
I'm Walter Hicks. This is my first time doing this. I'm here just to make you guys all sound good.
So good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. My name is Kome Ajise. I am your executive director. It is a privilege to be here. You know, I always look forward to this event once every year. It's a seminal point for us to kind of stop and think through things. And I feel like we have the coolest job. Personally, I feel like I have the coolest job. First, to work with the talent that we have at SCAG. Secondly, to work with you all across the region. And thirdly, to be involved in the work that we do, which is really to enable where the real work is done, which is at the local government level. Our job at SCAG, if nothing, is really to help local government be better at what they do. And so we take that very seriously, and I think you will find in all of our presentations our intent is always to provide more capacity. I like to throw some statistics around, and sometimes people don't know this, but and if you know it, good for you. Out of 191 cities, about 20% of them are in the neighborhood of 20,000 population. When you think about capacity, most of our cities don't have capacity. 70% of our cities, maybe roughly 68% of our cities, are 100,000 population or less. And so when people think, especially those of us who have worked mostly out of Sacramento, when we think of Southern California, we tend to think of big cities. But when you stop to think about it, most of our cities are small cities. And so our job at SCAG is really to provide that capacity and enhance every city's ability to be able to perform at a world-class level, in which we think we're working at and we're hopefully getting good at. And you will see that in the programs that we've been proffering, we're going to be presenting today. We like to use this seminal moment in the year to also talk about some emerging issues. So I'm looking forward to your engagement on some of those emerging issues. We sort of touched on some of them last year, and we managed to survive and actually thrive over those issues with air quality and conformity and things like that. And there are some that are also coming still. And this is the year in which we're flying the jumbo jet and also fixing the engines at the same time. And so it's exciting on some levels, scary on some other levels, but in all, I think it's a rewarding endeavor that we're all involved with. So thank you for your time. Mr. President.
Thank you.
Let me tell you a little about my background first to get an idea of how I like to run things. I've been either military or paramilitary all my life. I joined the Naval Air Reserve at Los Alamitos when I was in high school and spent my first summer vacation from high school in boot camp. A little different. No surfing. Left there after 3.5 years, went to the Air Force for 4 years. Left there because they wouldn't let me go to the West Coast. Rejoined my old Naval Air Unit, and about 3 months later got activated when the Berlin Wall crisis started. So we spent 10 months doing air patrols up and down the Pacific Coast for anti-submarine work. Got out completely for about 10 years. During that time, I became a law enforcement officer in LA County, 2 county departments and 2 city departments. Retired from the LA County Sheriff's Department after 26 years. Decided to go back in the reserves. I had a whole lot of years. Why waste them and get my retirement? So I joined a military police unit at El Toro in the Marine Corps. Retired from there after 17 years with 30 years total service as a gunnery sergeant. So I'm kind of the mind, get things done, business now. So I kind of look like, I'm the gunnery sergeant. My first and second vice president are my staff sergeants. The chairs and vice chairs are the sergeants. The rest of the members of the different committees are the corporals, and for those unfortunate enough, you're going to have some lance corporals in there. If you know what a lance corporal is in the Marine Corps, we call them the lance corporal mafia. They're the ones that get their first NCO opportunity, and some of them go crazy. So I usually try to run tight meetings. I got done, well, the last RC meeting I got done, I think, an hour early. That won't happen a lot later on because we're going to be doing a lot of really heavy-duty work. But regionalism is what I believe in. As a region, we can get things done. As individual cities, we just struggle. We need the help from SCAG and other cities around us to get things done. Got to work cooperatively. You may not get what you want this day, but maybe tomorrow you get it. So whining about you didn't get it this week, it doesn't really impress me because next week you may get it if you apply for it. We've missed out, my city's missed out on a lot of grants because they weren't paying attention to what was going on and didn't file for them. So now I make sure every time I get anything from SCAG, I give it to the planning department or the community development so they can apply for a grant. And we've gotten some now. But if we all work together, we can move this ship a great distance. So, and I want to hear from what you think. And if you don't want to say it in public, contact me or my first or second vice president and tell them what you think, because sometimes it's embarrassing if you're brand new and you don't want to talk. But if you want to just come up and tell us what you think, because we don't know what your complaint is, we can't help you. So hope this is a very productive retreat, and I think it's time to get started now. And I'll entertain any comments from the EAC. Oh, no, we're going to now have an introduction and call on Bill Higgins from CalCog, who is going to entertain us with a round of transportation trivia.
It's actually Southern California SCAG trivia. I tailored it to my audience. Can you help me plug in? So here's what we're going to do. I have 9 questions. I'm going to give you the question, and you're going to collectively decide on what the answer is, and then we'll see if you're right. We're getting it up there, and I can just use I can just use this. Oh wait, can you I could just read it, but it does come with pictures, so we'll do that. I do want to thank you for inviting me here, he says as he dances while they do the thing. It is a pleasure, and I know that I work really well with a lot of your staff. They were in contact all the time, whether it's on legislative issues or planning issues, and I just clicked that. Now that I've done my tap dancing, I've called this the SoCal Trivial Challenge. I'm going to pose these questions to you, but first, I've got to go over the rules. We're going to do this as a group, And I want you to know that I have painstakingly relied on Wikipedia, Google, rumors, and I am right in my questions. However, we will entertain protests. We have a sophisticated appeals process right there, and it'll just be denied, okay? And that's my due process right there. Did I check in with my attorneys there? So I have 9 questions for you, no checking. So here we are. We're going to go with them. Some of them are specific to SCAG, as you'll see in the first one. So the first one is a wordplay question. We can only find 2 words in the English language that have the consecutive letters SCAG. One of those words is scagliola. Which of these options is the definition? Is it a specific microbe that digests food? Is it a large cluster of trees and bushes? C, an ornamental plaster resembling marble. D, a meaty pasta dish, and that should be E, the largest metropolitan entity in Italy. So the word is scagliola, or spelled S-C-A-G-L-I-O-L-A. Scagliola. What do you think? You think it's a meaty pasta dish? That's what I'm hearing. Any other? Which one? Yeah, well, yeah, that should be E, so my bad. I heard another answer over there. You think C? Why do you think C? There you go. That is correct. Give them. Now, interesting. No, he wins. There's no prizes here because I didn't want him to have to fill out a Form 700. See, I speak Turney. By the way, the other one is like buscragli, and that's a large cluster of trees. So those are the 2 words in there. So look that up. There you go. Next question. What is California's official sport? In Colorado, the state sport is burro racing. Minnesota, hockey. Texas, rodeo. Maryland, it's jousting. What's California's state sport? What? No, I know this one you just got to guess. I heard surfing. Boxing. Oh, thank you. Oh, a prize? Is that the prize? Okay, it is surfing. There you go. Give yourself a plan. There we go. All right, next question. This is a Southern California TV question. The lagoon in Gilligan's Island was on a studio lot, but filming there was often delayed by what SoCal characteristic? A, the sounds of traffic on a nearby freeway. B, smog that made the sunny island look overcast. C, other shows. The show Gunsmoke and its gunfights were filmed on the set next door. Or finally, surf conditions at Zuma Beach because the crew liked to surf. Which one of those actually caused delays in the filming? I got C. B. Who said A? That is the correct answer. A. It was actually located not far from the 101-134 interjunction, and that caused delays. There you go. Who knew, huh? All right, this one should be easy for you. What location was the center of the musical universe in the 60s and 70s that had Joni Mitchell, Frank Zappa, The Doors, The Byrds? What? All right, you guys got that one. That's easy. It helped that I got to throw a couple easy ones in there. All right. 1953, Rosalind Wyman was elected to the LA City Council at the age of 22, and she is still the youngest person ever elected to the LA City Council. What lasting influence in Southern California is she known for? What? B, bringing the Dodgers. What's the other one? Saving the La Brea tar pits from development? Or calling for a rail service that would become Metrolink? C. She is known for bringing the Dodgers and the Giants out of New York to the West Coast. In fact, the Dodgers wouldn't come by themselves, so she arranged to have the Giants and made that deal as well. That said, when she was elected 3 times, but she was, one of the reasons they said she didn't get reelected a 4th time was the blowback from the development of the Ravine development. There you go. So more fun history. All right, this one should be fun. The journal Science reported the results of the largest family tree ever scientifically mapped with 13 million people spanning 11 generations. What Hollywood celebrity was perhaps, not surprisingly, included in this family tree? Kevin Bacon, of course. That is an easy one. Good one. All right. We're more than halfway through. All right, this is my fun. You can't make this up. The novel Regions Aroused, seriously, you can look it up, is about SCAG. Grippingly portrays the forces of intrigue, romance, betrayal, honor, and integrity that infused the development of SCAG's 2001 Regional Transportation Plan. The characters rise above their political, professional, and personal tribulations to create a better region aroused. That's on the back of the book. I did not make that up. What is the theme of the book? Regional planning thrives with bottoms-up engagement. Brownfield redevelopment is key to limiting sprawl. It was 2001. Regional plans will need to account for global warming. Or D, more workforce housing is needed to grow the economy. D, I have a D. C, you guys should have known this is your strategic retreat. That would be the one. Now, you can look that book up on Amazon and order your own copy. I highly recommend that you don't, because it is not well written. It is not good literature at all. It reads somewhere between Pulp Fiction and a staff report. I'm just saying. All right. Number 8. Yeah, not a SCAG staff report. No, Caltrans staff report. Yeah, that's it. Felicia Gomez Martinez was a Southern California civil rights pioneer that changed California law in what important way? A. Any other? So that was ending segregation in schools, established new voter rights protections, required universities to admit women on equal terms, or established corporate liability for community exposure to toxic pollution. I heard an A over there. What's that? A2? B? It is A. And this is actually worth a moment to think about, because in Orange County in the 1940s, they had Mexican schools. And she took 4 of her kids, her 2, and her cousins, who were more white in appearance, and her cousin's kids got into the school. Her kids were sent to a Mexican school, and she sued. And 10 years before Brown versus Board of Education, she prevailed in California. A couple of interesting facts about that case. It was before Brown versus Board of Education. There was an attorney by the name of Thurgood Marshall who filed an amicus brief in that case. And of course, he would go on to argue Brown versus Board of Education. And the law that came out of that banned Mexican-only schools after that, was signed by Governor Earl Warren, who would pen the opinion in Brown versus Board of Education 7 years later. Your last question. You guys are doing so well. Little history with that. Usually I do this in groups and teams. I have a tiebreaker, but I want you to guess. In what year was the first viable electric vehicle with rechargeable batteries developed in America? Caveat, there's caveats, but this means that somebody is actually producing electric vehicles on an assembly line, producing them, and their batteries can be charged. What do you think the first year is? What's that? Geo Metro 1980. I'm going to say it's before that. It's actually 1890 in Iowa. 1890, we had rechargeable battery electric vehicles. So what we're doing today isn't so new. Congratulations, you have successfully made it through the challenge.
Hey.
I
have one for you.
Okay, all right.
Where was the churro invented?
What?
Where was the churro invented?
Buena Park.
Yes, Knott's Berry Farm.
That's very far.
Yeah, Knott's Berry Farm.
That's called knowing your audience. All right.
Also boysenberries.
Yes, so we're.
There you go. Thank you, guys. I look forward to being here.
Any comments from members of the EAC after that? Okay. Okay, now we have the SCAG 101, an overview of the organization. Do we have any members of the public that wish to speak on this item? Nope. Okay. I'll call on Darren Chidsey, Chief Operating Officer, to provide a presentation. Where'd he go? There he is.
Thought I'd come up front. Thanks, Edward. Thanks again to Bill. That was a lot of fun and got us all laughing. We can clap again, I think, for Bill. He deserves it. Stumped me on a lot more. He told me he was doing this, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to crush this thing. Didn't do it very well. I know. Thank you, Carmen. Well, I'm Darren Chidsey. I'm the Chief Operating Officer, as we talked about earlier. And I just want to spend a little bit of time talking about SCAG, the organization. I think, we heard some references that, the next couple days we want to kind of like peel back, see what really happens, where the work comes from. And that's certainly what this next 10, 15 minutes is about, is just introducing you a little bit to who we are on the staff level and some history about the organization. I know you all know who those people are, so I don't need to introduce them, but certainly this group of officers I do think is important that the EAC knows that we do touch base with them a lot, certainly in between EAC meetings, whether it be monthly or every couple months. It's important for Kome and I and the rest of the executive team to bring this group together to help bounce ideas off and thoughts as we're rolling them out to the broader organization. So it really is a strong leadership team, and look forward to working with them even more closely over the course of the year ahead. Deborah already highlighted this slide, so I don't need to do it, and I hope everybody's memorized it. But we always put in every presentation because it's a reminder of just how big not only is the organization, but the area that we represent. When you think about 191 cities and 6 counties and almost 19 million residents, this is an amazing responsibility that you all hold in this job, and that we take very seriously as an honor to be working for an organization that can have such an impact on such a large area that has such an important role, not only in the state of California and the country, but in many aspects throughout the world as well. This is our mission and our vision for those of you that aren't familiar with it. Certainly we're going to be spending a lot of time talking about the strategic plan tomorrow and the opportunity that we have right now to update it. But I also say this as a reminder when you're doing that work tomorrow and giving feedback as to where we are, is we take that strategic plan very seriously. This mission and vision is part of most every presentation that we give. It's part of staff reports. It's part of developing work plans throughout the organization. And so those goals that we'll talk about a little bit more have a lot of meaning. It's not something that gets put on a shelf. It's something that it's integrated and helps guide our day-to-day work as well as our longer-term work. We have 4 core values, and we're talking about maybe adding a 5th. But again, these are critical. We have awards within the organization, and one of the things that we use the criteria for that is how well they are living the values of the organization. So it's very critical for us to attract staff that are committed to these values and want to live and breathe them each and every day of their work. Now, talking about responsibilities, we've said a couple times that it's changed a lot over the last couple of years. But this slide, I think you'll get a sense about, these are what have been traditionally our core responsibilities, our roles as a metropolitan planning organization, our role the state level of a council of government. And certainly the foremost is doing long-range regional transportation planning. But that obviously involves a lot of different components. It involves understanding, what the future is going to look like, how many people are going to live here, what types of jobs there be, what types of housing. And so everything really kind of stems from that. But over time, we've certainly tried to build on some other exciting things around regional data that really is obviously derived from that planning work, but we can really package it and share it in other areas. But this is kind of what we see as our core areas of responsibilities. And it articulates into what our current strategic plan goals are. We like to think of the top 4 as kind of these big ideas that we want to get accomplished, and the last 3 are really how do we organize ourselves as an organization to ensure those things get implemented. We are talking about, again, that tomorrow, updating these goals, but I think it's also very important just to reflect on them today as we're talking about the work plan that'll be in front of you in a few minutes. Again, another opportunity to kind of peel back and say, how does this organization work? And it certainly, you might see Comey and I a lot. You all know Maggie because she certainly keeps things running. But there's a big team that works very diligently to ensure that not just the board meetings go off, but all of the work that we do day in and day out. You got an opportunity to be introduced to most of the executive team in the introduction. The only one that isn't here is Julie Scheuer. She's our CIO. She's celebrating a special anniversary off at the top of Mount Whitney, right? I believe that's where she's headed up to. So she has an ambitious vacation in front of her right now and wasn't able to join us today. But as part of this slide, we want to tell a little bit of the story about how each of the different divisions work. You can see their size, you can see their responsibilities. This group as a whole, we call our executive team. We certainly meet weekly, but you'll certainly hear us referring to that part of our management team, the executive team, often. I can tell you in the time that I've been at SCAG, it's by far the most talented group that we've ever had together, and it certainly is a pleasure working with all of them each and every day. Just a quick snapshot of our budget. You heard Erica talk earlier about the growth that we've had in an organization, and you'll see that on a slide that's coming up, and certainly it's all to Erica's work since it all started skyrocketing as soon as she joined us 10 years ago in the finance department. But one of the things that has also changed is we used to be predominantly funded by federal money. We were established as a metropolitan planning organization, and that funding came from long-range transportation funding bills. Over time, that funding has been stable and has grown. But we've seen, and I think Bill's probably going to touch on this tomorrow, the state has wanted us to do a lot of different things. And for many years, they did not fund all of these great other ideas they had for us to do as a metropolitan planning organization. But we've seen a trend over the last couple of years to really invest in organizations like ours throughout the state, particularly on housing, to help us grow and support the cities and the communities within our region. I think that's a big thing that we need to talk about moving forward, is how do we provide some stability to that funding moving on. Even with that, we have a pretty lean staff. As you can see, only about 13% of our budget is salaries and benefits. The majority of it goes out to the community in various ways through our membership to fund the variety of programs that we have offered to help implement our long-range sustainable community strategy and regional transportation plan. And then there's about 20% of money that is consultant work that helps us do the work that we do. And when we think about where that money comes from, this is kind of just a quick snapshot of that. Our finance department certainly has a complicated job, as there isn't one funding stream that helps fund the organization. There's a lot of different grants. A lot of them have different rules. So meshing those up, matching them together, and putting together an overall work program is never an easy task. But as you can see, the largest numbers up there, the $238 million, is our most recent REAP 2.0. But our kind of consistent funding, or at least has been historically, about $46 million from our consolidated planning grant. That's a federal planning source. About $7 million from the SB1 formula grants that comes from the state that was part of the SB1 gas tax increase. And then our Transportation Development Act money, which is about $5 million, which is a portion of sales tax that comes through the County Transportation Commission. So historically, that's what our funding has been limited to. The other ones are special grants and growth that we're really looking to, that account for this number that you see here. 7-8 years ago, again, we were in $50-60 million range. We are now, with the REAP money in the FY24 budget, certainly well above that. But again, most of that money is not for us as an organization. It's to provide services and technical assistance and implement projects throughout the region. That also gives you a sense, even though our budget has grown exponentially, Staffing has been relatively modest. Yes, we've grown as an organization, but we certainly have asked our staff to do a lot more with less resources. But this gives a real sense about that growth that we have seen over just the last 5 years. I can say we have had also been very fortunate when we've had positions available. We have attracted and continue to attract extremely talented people and have not, and I should knock on wood, have too tough of a time of filling positions as we know many other agencies have, which I think speaks to the work that you do and the mission of this organization to really do something special in the region and have a lasting impact. I could list 25 more accomplishments, but here's kind of just a snapshot. Again, relatively lean staff, but when you think about all the things that we get accomplished each and every year, it's an impressive group of people to help fulfill the direction that you set as an executive committee. And we certainly have won a lot of awards over the last year as well. We have made a more active effort to get out there to be recognized for the work that we have done, because we think it's important that the awards that we win are really for projects that are happening in your communities to ensure that that gets celebrated at the regional, state, and national level as well. So that was just a quick update of background about who we are as an organization, and hope that was helpful, particularly for some of the newer members to kind of get up to speed and understand how we got to where we are today. But happy to answer any questions or open for discussion.
Yes.
Throwing things.
Throwing things at me.
I'm already throwing things. Just a quick question. With the state, with your reliance on so much of state funding, Darren, do you think that the likely several years of budget deficits that we may be facing could impact that gigantic delta between 1 year and now this year of budget? And what is your thinking behind preparing for a contraction?
Yeah, the large jump that we saw here is really due to a one-time grant that's spread over a couple of years. It's all programmed in FY24, but it'll get spent over 3 years. We are not expecting that to be the norm by any means. From a staffing perspective, we've brought in some limited term staff to help us manage through that, certainly added some consulting work. We do hope and think that there's an opportunity as we think out into the future that the state sees the value in funding housing at a regional level. We've never had a dollar to even implement RENA before the last two REAP 1 and REAP 2 programs, but we certainly know that comes at a challenging time with where the state's budget at, but I think we're kind of bouncing off some ideas, for instance, like the SB 2 funding, which is a fee that goes to cities to do planning. Not all of that money has been used, I think, as efficiently as possible. Perhaps there's an opportunity to carve out a piece of that to support the critical regional planning work that we're doing and support housing and support cities moving forward. So it's going to be a creative solution, but there is no expectation that this type of funding would last indefinitely.
That makes sense. So you would see that fiscal year 25 would be more in line with the other years?
25 and 26 will be above that, the way that grant gets spent down over time. But certainly as we look out to 26 and we go out on kind of current projections and into 27, we'd be closer to that $100 million number for sure. Is that fair? I'm looking at Cindy for
yes. And because we have a fantastic CFO, she's already made us look all the way out to 27. And so your question is really right in line, because we obviously, being a one-time funding, understanding that we have a 3-year spread in the spend out, we also have a sense of, I wouldn't be dramatic and call it a cliff, but there will be, the funding will come down, and we're very mindful of that. Cindy, you wanted to say something?
Turn your mic on, Cindy.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I was just going to agree with your commentary regarding the spend down of REAP 2. Over half of the REAP 2 budget actually will be spent in that third year, so you're going to see a large carryover from 25 to 26 from 24 to 25, and then ultimately it'll be spent down, and the biggest drop will be 26. So 27 will actually be the first year where you're going to kind of see our state of finances post REAP 2.0. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay, next is the EAC. Yeah. Great. Next is the EAC Work Plan and Connect SoCal 2024 update. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Have to ask. Okay. You got it, Comey.
Oh. All right. So. Okay, settle down. Sarah's going to lead us through this discussion, but I just want to do a quick setup. One of the things that's become, I don't know if 2 years or 3 years, it's a good time to set a tradition, but it's become traditional for us, is to do an EAC work plan. And this started with President Livermore back at the Mission Inn in Riverside, where we actually took some time to establish a thought process on what could we get done in a year. So it's more of a tactical plan. We're going to talk about a strategic plan tomorrow and update to the strategic plan. But here is a work plan that we felt like could be actionable in the term that a president has and with measurable objectives, things that we get done. And also, ultimately, will be a report out in January, and Sarah will talk through this. And finally, we'll have, at the end of the president's term, look at the year in review, and we should be able to show what we accomplished out of this EAC. So it's become for us, a really good working document that organizes the year for us. And since most of our work is tied to our programming and planning, there's a lot of that weaving, and so Sarah Jepsen has this, and in the conversation, and I'm setting this up so you kind of like are looking through this with some critical view, such that you have some questions and give us some directions on how we construct this plan. This plan is predicated on the past plans. We feel like our work in the main has stayed the same, so we're going to do a lot of similar things that we've done in the past, but there are some new opportunities that are also coming along with the presidential priorities that President Brown has expressed, trying to weave those into it such that we have a meaningful work plan for the year. And then that cascades into what Sarah will present on outlook for some of the work that you'll see come through Policy Committee, EAC, and regional planning. So with that, the Chief Planning Officer, Sarah Jepsen.
Thank you, Comey. This is going to be an interactive part of the agenda. I can't promise it is going to be as much fun as the trivia that we just did with Bill, but I do really hope you'll participate in the conversation. And to support that participation, I just want to call out that in the printed agenda packet that's on your in front of you at the table, on page 34 is a copy of the EAC work plan. And what I'm going to do is kind of walk us through that work plan and the major priorities that are in there that, again, have been carried forward from previous EAC work plans. I'm going to review the major accomplishments that we've had over the last year on the objectives that support those priorities. And then I'm going to outline a starting set of objectives for this fiscal year and this presidential term to get your ideas and hopefully have a good conversation around your priorities for the upcoming year. So as mentioned, I think this is a really important activity for us because one thing we always hear and really appreciate from this regional council and EAC is that our work really needs to be driven by the priorities of our policy leadership. And so in developing agendas, this EAC work plan really helps to make sure that what we are bringing forward to you are those things that are of most importance. So as Kome mentioned, the way we kind of carry forward this EAC work plan is today we are here and we will review at a high level the priorities and some updates for this upcoming year. We anticipate, based off of the feedback that you provide today, that we will have additional conversations with the chairs and the vice chairs of each of our policy committees, as well as the president, and kind of rethink through those and figure out how those priorities can be expressed in our agenda outlooks for the upcoming year. Then we will come back to the broader set of policy committees and the EAC in October and share an updated work plan. And then we will use that work plan to have conversations with our chairs and vice chairs as we move forward to help guide the priorities that are and the agenda items that are put on each agenda. We will report on our progress in January and can update our priorities and our agenda items as necessary. And then in May, we always have the opportunity to reflect the accomplishments through a report out that we do of the President's year in review. So that's generally how this process works. Okay, so now this is the interactive part, so get ready. So what I'm going to do is walk through all 4 of our priority areas. And just to give you a sense of what's to come, the first priority relates to our policy work. The second one relates to our local support that we provide to our local jurisdictions. The third priority is legislatively related. And the fourth priority is on innovation and technology. So we're going to talk through the accomplishments and objectives for each of these priorities with the goal that this framework provides us direction as we develop future agenda items over the course of the next year. So the first priority on regional policy development, I'm just going to read through some of the things that were accomplished last year under President Harnick's leadership. First, you had the opportunity to provide direction on the strategic priorities for the agency-wide strategic plan. There were many interviews that gave us the feedback and helped set these priorities that you will talk about tomorrow. You established a return to office policy to ensure committee meetings and format supported enriched engagement and dialogue. You continued to develop the leadership role of our policy committee chairs and vice chairs in prioritizing policy issues. As Elizabeth mentioned, Elizabeth is our lead staff on the planning side for CEHD. Annie is our lead planning staff on Transportation Committee. And I've been the lead staff for our Energy and Environment Committee. And working with our partners in government affairs, we have regular meetings with our chairs to talk about the outlooks and what agenda items you want to see on the upcoming meeting. So we hope to continue that practice into the upcoming year. The other thing that you've accomplished in your regional policy development over the last year is we really expanded conversation on intersectional issues at the regional council. And these intersectional issues were highlighted in the retreat that you had last year in Palm Desert. And that included establishing policy direction on issues related to water resilience, because water resilience does relate to both the land use and transportation planning work that we do. You established direction on digital equity, and we adopted a resolution and a call to action to address the digital divide. You guided us and adopted a policy related to clean transportation technology. And there was direction to work towards the adoption of a regional call to action for supply chain issues. So those were major policy areas that were identified by the EAC last year and for which we then adopted policy direction last year at the Regional Council. Other accomplishments included establishing policy direction on emerging issues for Connect SoCal by setting up 3 special committees on equity, resilience, and economic goals. You continued your leadership on the inclusive economic growth strategy, and we brought opportunities for elected officials and community partners to meet together on policy issues outside of our regional council meetings and policy committee meetings by participating in mobile workshops and trainings and tours, including a tour of LAX, the California Air Resources Board in Riverside, a tour of Impact Housing, as well as tours in Imperial County and Coachella Valley. So those are the things that were accomplished last year. And this year, we want to kind of talk through what your priorities are in terms of policy development. So what's currently outlined on this slide are those objectives that we are proposing to carry forward. First of all, of course, we continue the work on the agency-wide strategic plan. Number two, many of the policy resolutions that you adopted last year, we're looking to incorporate into and bring together in an integrated way. And as we work to develop and bring forward to you for adoption, the Connect SoCal with a consolidated set of regional planning policies and implementation strategies. We aim to continue to bring elected leaders and community partners together outside of the regional council meetings through site visits, mobile workshops, and trainings. And in talking with the president, as we're bringing forward these opportunities for training and engagement outside regional council meetings and at regional council meetings, he has been very interested in the region working together to elevate our voice on issues of transit recovery, goods movement, and a smooth transition to clean transportation technologies. So I'm going to pause there and let you absorb the objectives that are outlined here on the screen. Again, these are the major policy objectives that you would, as a group, like to address over the upcoming year. Supervisor Hegman, did you want to kick us off?
Through the chair, or president, if it's okay. I don't know, you chair or president? I thought you're president, or I think it's more. No, I realize that these are all big issues. And some of the things like what we're working on in our local COG, I think is reflective of what we could do as a larger agency here. And that is, as we get into these technologies, as we're getting into big data, as we're starting to collect information and employ this stuff, can SCAG be part of that policy to help guide the cities what that should look like? So we're trying to integrate 3 different city streetlight technology, for example. It sounds pretty simple, but when you have 3 different cities, 3 different software systems, and 3 different hardware systems, it's hard to connect it. But if we are able, like if you know in your software, when your cities and stuff, you finally went to the enterprise system for software where your different departments can connect, now that information can be looked at a larger level. So I'm just wondering, not so much changing the big objectives, but integrating the practicality of training technologies and data collection into our overall policy development. So we know as local leaders to go back and advocate for certain standards. What are the standards being? Like we talk about broadband development. We did a resolution in the county, but I think just an incorporated area. But these are the standards for putting in fiber that the telecommunication companies were advocating. But the permit process, the rules, the codes from city to city is not there. So I think we could take a step back at those policy objectives and help our partners look at, are you in line with those objectives? If not, here's some guidance of maybe what you should be doing in your own city ordinance, your own county ordinance to help fulfill those policy directions.
Jan?
Can I respond real quickly? I think that's in part what we hope to do is to help our cities create efficiencies in collaboration, especially when it's technology, and sometimes technology can be speculative. You don't want one person to go, spend all their resources and not realize something out of it. So I think our grant-making process allows for that. It's hard for us to figure out what the specific needs in each of our communities are. And so when we put a grant program out, we use that to help tease out what people really want to work on. What we've been able to do, I think maybe that may really speak to your point, Supervisor, is, and Annie might want to chime in here, is the setup that we did with, in this particular case, with the ITS architecture. That's something we felt like we had a role at the regional level to set the sort of the threshold baseline for what ITS should look like. And we have a federal, actually sort of a federal requirement for us to lead in that respect. So being able to set that framework is something that we've been able to do with the understanding that as cities mature to where they want to do something with ITS, which would include signal synchronization and the things that come with making the system more efficient, that we had provided a baseline. And if we can't get, a coalition of cities that want to do the synchronization together because it makes more sense, that's something we can work with on a grant-making basis, where we can go forward together with them and lead a grant program. So I think there's an opportunity there for us to be part of it, but we have to know that the cities want to do that as opposed to telling them to do it beyond creating the framework.
I think we can do that through SCAG, as most of our individual grants go out to individual cities for individual projects within their cities. But you can save some of that money by the direction of the regional board to say, hey, we want regional projects. We kind of, if you want the money, you can be working together to get that money. And here's the framework or the box that it should be, these are your outcomes you need to be. Is it exportable data? Is it certain integrated technology with your neighbors? Those type of things, whatever those type of plans are. Because how many of bike trails and things have we done within the city, but did they connect to the city next door?
Yes.
And so that regional mindset coming down, those criteria needs to be part of that.
That's actually, I think you want to talk about your commission program with REAP2, how that could work in that.
Yeah, we're actually doing something similar with the REAP 2.0 framework. We've got what's called a Regional Pilot Initiative framework, and we're going to be essentially working to do very much like what you're suggesting, kind of working with a number of cities to align a number of their initiatives, to align with a particular set of priorities that we're trying to go to meet, set some goals and objectives. And it sounds like what you are really suggesting is we need to do more emphasis on creating that framework and then establishing some sort of a process with local jurisdictions to ensure consistency. Most definitely, I think that's very important in the technology realm, in particular with data sharing. So that's something we can certainly have further conversations about.
But I hope, I'm sorry, I'll shut up after this, is I'm hoping that we will have a discussion what those parameters are, because a lot of my residents, I'm sure all your residents, they think about big data being big brother as well. And so we should have some standards how we collect the movement of trucks and goods and people, but not necessarily personal information. But I think that discussion ahead of time should be important.
If I could just add, I think that was sort of the early genesis of us trying to get there was the principles that we recently adopted with respect to technology, regional technology principles, guiding principles about how best to really create that framework. I think the challenge is also, from a SCAG's perspective, how much do we want to be prescriptive versus allowing for a framework that allows for local jurisdictions to have some variations, but still allow for some consistency, right?
So would it be good to reflect that in the technology?
Later on there is a section that's specific to technology, but
Okay.
I think what we can do is just take all the ideas and then figure out where they plug in.
Trying to figure out what you're looking for. Okay.
Yeah, plug in later on.
All right.
Are there other kind of key
There are
policy
two.
areas?
Jan and then Deborah.
So on that note, I just want to bring up, we did the CV sync and we just finished, and we did it as a COG. We finished the first phase of it, and we have great information now that shows the advantages of the synchronization. We had to lay all the fiber throughout the valley, but it is amazing how much time it saves. And we have something that can illustrate that. I'd love maybe a transportation or whatever appropriate committee it would be, if we can show some of that, it would be great. But one of the thoughts I had, and Tim spoke about it, our issues and our needs don't start and stop at an ink line on a map. And I'm wondering, when we get into the RENA issues, and we look at some of the problems that we saw with some of these constant, close cities especially on the coast where they have no land and they have RENA numbers, what do? But if we had little sub-regions, and this is true in the Coachella Valley also, where we can help each other as neighbors from city to city. You've got the land, we need the workforce housing, and have sub-regions so we can work together to get the best result possible when we're looking at housing. Because when we get so parochial that we just say it's this little city and it must be within those ink lines, it really doesn't work very well. So I'd like us to look at that.
Deborah?
Thank you. And I just wanted to kind of go back to the point that I think Supervisor or Kurt was making, and I hope that maybe we can further discuss this because earlier in our presentation, and you gave us a stat about our region, and you said 68% of most of our cities are under 1,000 or less, very small. And so to the point of maybe where we may be and what we're doing, along with beginning to look at some kind of guidance or something that can help, it will help other communities and go beyond those boundaries, partly because right now we're dealing with a number of things in our communities, not just in my city, but in the surrounding ones, the small, including even some of the unincorporated areas. I saw that we noted that we finally came up and agreed upon a policy this past year that dealt with water resilience. For so long, we were struggling with the RENA numbers and housing and where were we going to put it without dealing with the reality that we needed to make sure there was a water resource that would be there to accommodate it. Now I'm finding some of the same things are occurring as we are trying to build these houses to be affordable or market rate. We are having developers put in the top of the line smart home. But the developers are not necessarily putting in the connecting broadbands or assuring that they can get whatever reliable services. So I just want to echo on that point because it's back to innovation and moving forward, even as it relates to as we try to move towards the electrical system of being 2035. And all of us are dealing with the reality that our infrastructure isn't there. And so it's a nice, ambitious thought, but the reality is the infrastructure that needs to be in place, even with the state of California Department of Transportation, they're not there. And then how that all helps. So I hear we're thinking about some things, and when we commented about REAP 2.0, I don't think in my planning department and community development, when they wrote for REAP 2.0, that they thought about it being broad enough to cover a broadband concern. They were still focusing on some of the more traditional planning and dealing with development as it relates to a core in the community. How could we bring density? But shame on us if we haven't thought about the broadband and the ability to make the community in that area smart at the same time we're building it. So that's all I wanted to add to. And we look forward to this further discussion in the committee meeting or whatever.
Very good. Any other thoughts on priorities around regional policy development? So I think what I'm hearing, and then again, we'll still circle back with our team to reflect this in updates, is really a continued focus on and support for sub-regional partnerships, something that we've started with our REAP 2 program, but really recognizing the importance of figuring out how we align across city boundaries and ways SCAG can support that through our guidance, as well as President Harnick points out, sharing some of the best practices and things that have been successful in the communities that we serve, a focus around the new technologies and making sure that they're brought into this conversation around how we're working more effectively together, and continuing, I think, what the focus was here last year on those intersectional issues, that we can't work in silos, but we need, as we're thinking about housing, we have to continue to think about the overall infrastructure and systems that are going to need to be in place to support that. Okay, so we'll move along to then how we can support our local jurisdictions and advancing some of these policy goals. And last year, some accomplishments in this area. You all reviewed and approved guidelines for formula-based and competitive grant programs and projects that will be part of our REAP 2021 resources. As Darren showed in that slide, it's the resources that come from the state are about $247 million, and through your direction, we have established a set of programs that will be used to award those programs to communities. Last year, you also provided direction to staff for continued refinement and enhancement of our regional data platform. That also speaks to Supervisor Hagman's comment about using common sets of data and providing information so that we can collectively work on policy together. And the board continued to support the development of the regional data platform by prioritizing additional REAP $2 for the outreach and expansion of that platform to support performance-based planning and program evaluation. Also last year, you all worked to champion SCAG's planning programs, supporting us in doing outreach to make sure your local jurisdictions knew about the resources that were coming into play, and also participated with us in mobile workshops and briefings of state legislators so that they understood the benefits of those local programs in our communities. Finally, last year, we highlighted that you were successful in adopting the Regional Advanced Mitigation Program Policy Framework to establish a regional policy baseline to ensure the Green Print tool, which is a resource for all of our local jurisdictions, is aligned with policy objectives. So those were major accomplishments for last year. And moving forward to this year, as we're looking for ways to better serve our communities, there will be a lot of time spent in reviewing and approving funding. That's always the fun part for these new regional programs that we are putting in place based off the policy guidance that you established last year. You will be reviewing and approving guidelines and overseeing project selection processes for the other federal and state funding programs that SCAG helps to administer, including the 2025 Federal Transportation Improvement Program and a new carbon reduction program. You will be approving program guidelines for our 2024 Sustainable Communities Program. The Sustainable Communities Program, I think we've had in place for nearly a decade now, maybe a little bit more, provides, and we put the guidelines in place and start to roll out the program after we adopt each of our Connect SoCal plans. And when we put the program in place and based off the plan that's adopted, we work with you all to identify the key funding areas that you want to support through a various call for projects. So developing those 2024 Sustainable Communities Program guidelines will be a key part of the work this year, and look forward to that in the spring. Other objectives, we know that there continues to be an interest and certainly see an important role for us to play in attracting new resources to the region, including through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. Opportunities for SCAG to both pursue resources, but also to support our local agencies in seeking those grants themselves. And then finally, an objective that we are carrying forward is to continue to work with you all to serve as ambassadors and champions of SCAG's local programming. With so many programs that are out there right now, we really look forward to working with the elected leadership to help us get the word out through your various communication channels. So those are, what staff has put together, kind of carrying forward some of the objectives from last year. But as you look around your communities, are there other key things that you think SCAG should be working on to provide support to your local agencies in line with our regional planning goals here at SCAG?
Anybody?
Thank you, and thanks for the report. For our region, and we're an outlier, as I've mentioned before, but I think it would be beneficial for our COG. Our COG is working on its own broadband connectivity plan because we are really, we have topography that does not suit well for a lot of things. We cover Malibu all the way to Hidden Hills, both with difficulties. So if it's possible, if there is some interconnectivity or ability to have you or someone from SCAG come out to speak, and I know you do, it's not that you haven't, but to the COG or individual cities within the COG to give updates on what SCAG is doing, what they're doing for the region that could possibly affect our, not just the COG, but the individual cities within. That would be beneficial, I think.
Very good. We'd be happy to do that. Are there other ways in which you see us supporting you all and getting the word out to your communities?
There's a reason why we're on this board representing a region. To ask the 200 some odd staff to go out to 300 cities, so it might be kind of tough, but we represent our cities. We should be going to our cities that we are representing and giving them the SCAG updates, not just our own city, but the ones we also represent. So if you got like 10 like I do, it's a lot of work, but hopefully, or actually I got 24, but that's hopefully we get out there and we spread the word about SCAG.
And are there specific ways you think we can support you in doing that?
A video is worth 1,000 words.
Videos, okay, very good.
Anyone else?
Any other ideas? Okay, very good. We will move on to our next then, and Javier is going to lead this one. There's always a lot of excitement around our legislative work, so.
I know. All right. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank the Honorable Jose Luis Leche and also Chair Patricia Locke-Dawson for their incredible leadership of the LCMC. This is a tough committee. It's a great committee for us as well, and I just wanted to put it a bit in context. Just 2 years ago, we did not have Sacramento or DC lobbyists, and that's something that I thank SCAG and the executive leadership here for giving us the opportunity to amplify our voices more in Sacramento and Washington, DC. And those connections that all of you have, whether it is, your local connections to your to your own members in the state and federal governments, but also with members of the DOT and FHWA and FTA. That has been extremely helpful these past couple of years. COVID made us a bit stagnant in some areas. There's a difference. I mean, there's a bit of energy that you have when you go to Washington, D.C. and Sacramento, and I think that we're ready to, tackle all of these new nuance and big policy areas and battle some bills that are problematic and affecting the region and SCAG and MPOs in particular. I wanted to go over some of our accomplishments. We have identified, developed, and executed many advocacy opportunities to advance the Regional Council's legislative and budgetary priorities this past year, including taking positions on dozens of legislative bills. And I like to we probably did about 30 or so, and I wanted to emphasize that because when I first came to SCAG, we were taking maybe 1 or 2 positions each legislative month, and now we've definitely ramped up our legislative advocacy and being more vocal in various other areas. We can't tackle everything. There's about 23 legislative bills that come through. Not all of them make it, but we only have 3 members of our legislative staff. That's led by Kevin Gilhooly and a senior legislative analyst, and then we have a legislative analyst as well. So prioritization and your leadership in that prioritization is extremely important for a small staff like ours. We also continue to support the SCAG region members and partners in funding opportunities that support the implementation of Connect SoCal by providing nearly 200 support letters this past year for state and federal competitive grant opportunities and member designated projects, as well as expanding outreach efforts to increase awareness of these opportunities, like Money Mondays, which came out of this retreat last year. And not only have we done outreach to our communities, but we've also did a focused Toolbox Tuesday, Toolbox Monday, and it was really widely attended. Maybe 45 agencies attended and jurisdictions to get the information, so that's extremely valuable. And kudos to all of you because that came out of this group last year. Also, we provided regional leadership on protecting investments made to the state's multimodal transportation network, including joint advocacy letters involving SCAG partner transportation agencies and elevating issues in our 2023 Sacramento Summit, which I had all of you running around to about 30 meetings, and we're recalibrating and restructuring that so you're not so tired after 2 days. But we appreciated your voices there. It really makes a difference. But SCAG doesn't have a political action committee, and so it makes it harder for us to really get to the doors and really need your partnership in that advocacy. We also provided oversight for a regional stakeholder engagement process to gain feedback on meaningful RENA reform, which I hope continues to be a priority for this group and the agency. And that is some of our wins of last year. And I really appreciated everyone being engaged and being vocal in that committee. So our objectives, they're a bit broad, so hopefully we can get some discussion here. Again, there's, pie in the sky ideas, but focusing on these objectives will help us resource our plans accordingly. So the first one would be to continue to provide regional leadership on important transportation policy and budgetary issues as it pertains to Connect SoCal. Provide regional leadership and support for permit streamlining initiatives with our platform, and we've already taken that position with Governor Newsom's trailer bills on streamlining CEQA. And the third would be to provide regional leadership on substantive RENA reform, including the identification of specific principles from SCAG's RENA outreach efforts. And we've conducted a lot of focus groups and outreach to our communities, but that will continue to be a big priority for us this year. So thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
I really just want to commend the legislative staff and your leadership on this one, and particularly how I thought it was very wise to include business and industry leaders with the Sacramento lobbying trip. That cross-messaging was really helpful, because then different business and industry leaders from across California would be sending in letters to support legislation, particularly with regard to CEQA modernization. And I think it's been even reflected in the governor's package just recently, and the deal through the budget to advance some CEQA reform efforts. So, but it also teaches business community how to support you. And I really, on behalf of everyone from the GLUE Council that was invited as well, I thought that was a marvelous way to advance common objectives. So.
Thank you, Lucy. And we've spent some resources bringing the business community into the fold, not only through the Southern California Leadership Council, which we are members of, but also I have a modest budget on sponsorships and memberships, but being part of the LA Chamber and regional and economic partnerships, and going to their trips as well, like LA Access, VICA, Sacramento summits, and others. Very strong partnership with BizFed and Tracy Hernandez, and I think that has also increased some synergy and created space for SCAG in more ways than just coming to support maybe the RTP, but being a real advocacy unit in that way.
And Kevin specifically asking business and industry groups to send him their letters on positions in legislation. Again, that synergy where it was like a no-brainer that of course we should have been doing that all along, but they hadn't been. So sometimes in your legislative review, you didn't know where industry stood, and oh, what a surprise, they're actually supportive of what you're trying to accomplish. So yeah, I really want to, again, I thought it was really a good effort, and thank you, Madam President from last year, for your leadership on that one. It was great.
Can I say something really quickly too? One is I just want to compliment the staff. Staff works very hard and they've done a very good job. And You are very competent. I have to say, it's nice that we have you in that seat because of your vast amount of experience. I do think it's helpful too it's one thing for staff to look at all the bills and, you know, make recommendations and analyses, but it's also helpful, I think, to have our members bring things forward that they see as, even, we talked about this before, being actively sponsoring legislation, right? Like what do we need? And that's to me the next level of where we want to go. And I did get a chance to meet with Javier and Kevin about this issue, so I think that's a stay tuned thing, right? Yes. Yeah. Thank you. And our new assembly member can carry the bills for us.
All right, want to chime in as well. The legislative, the LCMC is near and dear to my heart, and I applaud the efforts of SCAG staff, the members of the committee, everybody involved, particularly on these legislative advocacy trips that we've been taking. The one thing, and I'm happy that we're moving in this direction, and I want to voice it so that we continue to do so, is the nature of the beast when it comes to legislation often is that we continue to be reactive. And I understand, again, that just the nature of the beast. I'm looking forward to that time where and I think we're getting there, where we are being much more proactive, where the state legislature is reacting to more than half of the state's population, as opposed to us trying to, you know, constantly be on defense. One of the things, Javier, that you had mentioned was that we do not have a political action committee. I know that the League of California Cities has an arm that does have a political action committee. And I throw this out there and for discussion. Maybe there is an opportunity to look at establishing something like that for SCAG that does provide a little bit more incentive for legislators to take the voice of Southern California SCAG more seriously. So, thank you.
Very good. And I think we asked Bill Higgins, did you want to provide a follow-up on some of that?
I'll just talk as a former staff attorney at the League of California Cities, now Cal Cities. The reason why I think the League has a political action committee is they have business enterprise accounts that they can't use public dollars, really. I'm probably taking your role right now, sorry, but I know that they have a building account and some entrepreneurial money, that's how they use the money in that way. So you'd want to research that issue, hand it to you.
Yeah, but one of the challenges for us as a government agency, right, is we have a limited ability to utilize public funds to communicate, and our communication is essentially limited to issue advocacy or providing policy orientation. The League is the League is a private organization by nature, and so they have a much broader ability to be robust in how they support public support for campaigns.
I have.
Okay, how about associated, not affiliated?
So,
Deborah first, then Kurt.
Okay, all I want to say is, Javier, I hate I missed it and I had to cancel because I love traveling and doing things with you, but it's always a fun time. But no, just to echo some of the things that are said, and I know we may not be able to go as far as League of Cities or Cal Cities now, but I do think that a lot of us, and I told Andrew as he left that I was going to use his name in vain and what he said to me, because he said, well, do you have a lobbyist? And I go, yes, I have a lobbyist. And then I thought about it. A lot of us have our own lobbyists in some of our cities. And hopefully we should think about moving forward in some type of, if we could do a collaboration with them, or we could, have maybe an engagement through this, so that we can see we have more alignments on some issues than we tend to have, that we're all moving in the same right direction, hopefully business aligned with community and quality of life and air quality and all that. And I think we may need to think about that, because I have a statement that I say, and I'm going to say it even here. You guys can quote me. We're more alike than we are different. So we're all going together in the same place, in the same boat. And maybe we need to maximize at least having a dialogue with them. We have a lobbyist and have a federal lobbyist, but all of us have different ones. But it would be helpful if we start aligning some of the laws, or even, I would be so bold as to say, whoever said Clint, beginning to craft some of our own thoughts and putting them forward, and maybe vetting them amongst ourselves before we decide, is it going to impact? It might hurt, to what the president said. Sometimes you may not get it your way, all the way, but hopefully is it good for the region? So that's it.
No, thank you for your comment. And we have more of a regional presence in that through the Legislative Roundtable, which meets every month. And one member of my staff is the chair this year. And but it's mostly the legislative staff and maybe lobbyists from the transportation agencies, and not from cities.
And I meant to say this in the beginning. The only reason I had to cancel going with you is because I had a conflict, because I also am the policy chair on one of the largest chambers of commerce in the state, and then we were having an event and a legislative the following day. So I had to kind of decide, where that, and I think that's it. We've got a lot of chambers, we've got a lot of organizations, BIAs, we have just what you've said, and sometimes you have to kind of look at scheduling and say, wait, I'm flying out, and I'm coming right back, I'm flying out. And so that's what I thought, because I had planned on going, but then there was another legislative activity that I had I'll say a starring role in.
I'm sorry? Oh, surely.
Oh, I just was going to chime in and say, I think we get the gist of what's been said. While we may not be able to legally create a PAC because we're all public funded, the idea is really to coordinate the messaging, and I think we'll take that to heart and work some more. What Javier mentioned about the Legislative Roundtable, I think, is an important framework to start with, because we bring the entire region together, all the legislative staff in the region come together, and we have these conversations. And we deploy those who have lobbyists, we deploy them in those conversations. We might be a little more intentional about doing that, so we can we may not have the funding, the dollars to entice people to come talk to us, but at least we'll have the policy gravitas to come together as a region. So if that makes sense, that's what I'm hearing that you're all asking. All right.
I was just going to ask our council maybe to study the options of raising money, just like we do for our annual retreat. That's all privately funded from sponsors. It's not using public dollars, and when that's building the PAC, or eventually looking at even drafting ballot measures or something like that, what are our options? Not saying that's our policy direction now, but about at least knowing that, maybe just come back and look and come back to the legislative committee at some point in the future and say, here's different options that you can do if that's something you want to go.
Okay.
If I could just, I just want to add one thing on to that. That's the ability to add and get access in Sacramento and in DC is really critical, and obviously funding helps that to some degree. But just a reminder, all of you sitting around the table are equally as important to that. And so the ability of the LCMC and of the Regional Council to engage in our activities, help open those doors, make those connections, make those relationships, still is extremely powerful. And I think it's just a reminder not to forget the relationships that you all have and how valuable they are.
Thanks. I like this priority area, number 3, legislative action, and I like the objectives. Great work, staff. I think that this is definitely one of the important reasons SCAG, one of the important roles SCAG is playing in being a leader in the state. And, you know, it was great that SCAG invited the EAC members to join the LCMC members for the Sacramento Summit. And I felt that it was, while it was a long day, it was efficient. You really utilized the many members who attended to work in smaller groups, to meet with our state elected leaders, to advocate for the issues that were important to our SCAG membership. And on those 2023-24 objectives, yes, transportation and RENA is important to the SCAG members and to my cities and to my city of Cerritos. I was pleasantly surprised in March when I attended the National League of Cities Conference in Washington, D.C. to find out that SCAG was there advocating at the federal level through their own meetings that were happening. I was happy to hear about it, although I couldn't attend the reception that you threw. I think it was a transportation-related reception in Washington, D.C., advocating for our region. And that's why this is such an important priority area. So, you know, Cerritos is very concerned about RENA reform. I'm glad that our members and SCAG staff wants to be heard by HCD for RENA reform this year. And similarly, the transportation policy and budgetary issues, SCAG providing regional leadership. A reason why this is an issue for Cerritos and the years ahead is because of Metro's West Santa Ana branch light rail project, which is currently planned from downtown Los Angeles to terminate in Artesia, passing through Cerritos. And we are currently, the Metro has asked the corridor cities to help them, the cities, the local entities, to reach out together collectively to the United States Department of Transportation to seek federal funds for the West Santa Ana branch light rail train. And that's something that these corridor cities and Metro should be informing SCAG about, so we can all work together on this important transportation project that's going to affect all the cities, the corridor cities from downtown Los Angeles, terminating right there in Artesia and Cerritos. And right now in the project, it does not have a Cerritos station, but we have informed Metro we would like them to consider in the future adding a Cerritos station. So all these issues are why I, as a regional council member and an EAC member and a CEHD member, and I'm glad we have a transportation committee, is why we need SCAG. Thank you.
Jan?
Thank you. I want to piggyback a little on what Lucy and then a few other people said. It was absolutely brilliant having the business representatives in Sacramento, because it made it loud and clear to our electeds that we visited that the voices that they were hearing, it was far broader and deeper than just SCAG. These are a lot of voices, a lot of people, and quite frankly, that equates to a lot of votes. So it made us way more relevant when we were in there. And it strengthened, too, our relationship so much with the GLUE Council, which is so important that we were able to have that communication and work with each other. One of the things as far as, and Sarah had asked this, and I love your answer, Kurt, video is so perfect. We can have a video and show this, it's great. The other thing that I have done is I take the legislative platform page and I distribute it to other partners throughout our valley, whether it's the realtors, our chambers, anybody who has a little skin in the game legislatively, and then they perpetuate our message also. They also provide feedback occasionally, and then we can have a good discussion about why we take the position. But they are then also our messengers of that, of those positions that we take. And so they are able to do a lot of good as well. Going up to Sacramento this last time, and I hadn't been up since pre-COVID, it was so eye-opening, both in some very disappointing ways and then in some ways that allowed me to really believe that we can make a difference up there. But we have to keep doing this. We have to keep working. And I like to travel with Javiera also, but I'd like to go to Chile next time. And but I think we got hurt a little bit better in Sacramento, and I think we just need to, keep that tanker moving.
Okay, a lot of good discussion on this one. I think we're hearing the importance of the strong coalition building that we've been working to do with our business community, with our cities, with other regions. It also seems like the topics that are highlighted here really resonate with you all, and getting to a place where we're both responsive to legislation that comes in on these issues, but also playing more of a leadership role, and certainly on areas like RENA. No one cares more about that than I think the regions do, so, and particularly Southern California. Moving right along, this is our last one for the priorities. And some of it captures some of the discussion that we've had earlier on. But the priority was around continuing to be a leader in technology and innovation. And the accomplishments that we had from last year included advancing broadband planning, clean transportation technology, and smart cities, with a series of initiatives, including the board's leadership on the adoption of a digital action plan, which has helped us secure about $1.5 million to date in federal and state grants. And this is, again, an area that we didn't have a program before, so the board policy and direction has allowed us to pursue new resources to support our local jurisdictions in this area. So a significant accomplishment, I think, for the agency. We continue to support and bolster SCAG's regional data platform, as I mentioned earlier on, and continue to have your support for that through the use of our REAP2 resources. Another accomplishment from last year was that we continue to promote innovation in regional planning and policy, guided by the work of our Emerging Technology Committee. And we launched a study to develop a regional roadmap for medium and heavy-duty zero-emission infrastructure in the region. A couple other accomplishments from last year. Actually, we talked about this earlier as well. The Regional Council did adopt emerging technology principles, which aim to align technology adoption across local agencies. And we continued our work that we need to do internally to support this type of innovation and technology through shoring up our capacity with our hybrid cloud strategy, an operational piece of what we need to do at SCAG. So then thinking about this upcoming year, the objectives that we've included are to continue to promote innovation through our Emerging Technology Committee and through other technical assistance programs, to provide oversight and help champion the use of data tools. We are creating a lot of these new tools, and really are going to work hard to enhance engagement and use of those tools with our local jurisdictions, and have some resources, again, through REAP2 to not only enhance the tools, but do more outreach and engagement. And then finally, to continue the work on our operations side with our hybrid cloud strategy. So anything else that you feel like has been missed in the conversation here today, or that you would want to add in terms of how we continue to strengthen our leadership around innovation and technology?
What are we doing on AI?
Yeah, interesting question. It's kind of come up in our executive team recently. And Kome, do you want to speak to that?
I was just, it's a great question.
I knew that was going.
Yeah.
Waiting for the meeting.
Right. Bill's asking ChatGPT up here. We're just going to put it out to the cloud.
So seriously, though, I think it's something we've talked about, the executive team. We are looking for and encouraging ways to implement AI because it's just, the initial conversations were scary about AI, but when all of that settles down and you're clear-minded and clear-eyed about it, there are tremendous opportunities for AI. Now, AI, as most people now know, is a little more retail. In fact, we had been using AI in other respects in some of the work that we were doing. We just didn't call it AI at the time. A lot of our modeling is more like artificial intelligence, but applying AI to more of the common day tasks, I think is what we are now considering and trying to figure out a way to make sure that it's well managed and curated to not get out of hand. So that's the conversations we're having. I would have loved for the CIO to be here. Fortunately, she's somewhere else having a good celebration of a good anniversary. So we don't have Julie here, but we'll probably bring that information to you when we've had enough maturity in having that conversation internally. So I really appreciate you raising that question.
And maybe we can weave that into our objectives in some way.
Yeah,
that we
it might be something to add to the objectives.
And of course, and maybe Annie can speak to this too, a lot of the conversations in clean transportation technology and just technology or transportation technologies in general, are talking about these issues related to automation and what it means for the workforce that is in transportation. And we are part of those conversations through the work that we do and trying to understand some of the impacts of our policies and federal and state policies related to transportation technologies on the people in our region. Anything else we want to add on this one?
Well, I saw
Mayor
Kurt.
Robertson?
You had
Kurt?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to fit in, a lot of times we're doing 5-year planning, but a lot of the technologies that we're dealing with today, we knew about, but it costs a lot more to do retro. So we're all trying to put charging stations in our infrastructure and digging up streets and getting the grid to fulfill it, and with all the mandates coming from the state. So I think that's the planning part of that to help guide the local cities and the counties of, hey, when you have a street open up or you're repaving that street, what should be the basics in there, but also what the future is going to be. Instead of having 10 fiber optic cables going in, maybe you want to plan for 50 because the wire's pretty cheap compared to digging up the ground. But I think that's what we could help educate the emerging technologies. We had a fascinating presentation on battery-operated flight Uber a while back, which sounds great, but to actually have it fly to your city and fly and land in your park, you're going to need to have some superchargers there to actually charge it up. That's not an overnight type of project. So I guess that forecasting to let us, as our regional leaders, kind of know what's coming so we can work on suggestions for public works, because I would tell you, for the most part, my public works don't talk to my IT department too much, and they're just looking at what the codes of California is to put the new road in, not really what's going to be future-proof that new road when they put it in. Thank you.
Okay, good point.
Go ahead first.
Just a quickie. From the business community standpoint, if you're not already in this curve, you're going to be behind. They're already investing in AI stock technology. I mean, NVIDIA stock has gone up 150% in just 1 year. And it's really, it is amazing. So I would absolutely encourage and appreciate you raising that, Mr. Chairman, that it be part of the objectives.
And I think it would be great to get the business community to come talk to us more about what they're seeing and where they're going. So
well, they're learning in real time.
Yes.
So totally
Very
with
good.
you. Yeah.
Great idea.
Deborah?
Yes, no, I was just going to add to when you said artificial intelligence. And I was thinking, not only artificial intelligence, but what about cybersecurity? And what about breaches? I mean, I just got home last night, got another letter that, oh, your personal information from CalPERS has been breached. I'm like, okay. You know, so I don't know where policy goes, but these are some of the day-to-day things that we're all dealing with individually. But then at the same time, when we start trying to put in the backbone, how do you put in a backbone that can be resilient against possible breaches? So that's all I wanted to add to the comment. And and then back to what Kurt said, we discussed it in legislative committee on a bill that I think we chose to wait and see, and it was something that seemed really nice, like letting people ride bikes on sidewalks, remember? And then to the point over here with infrastructure, then nobody's thinking about, and who's bearing the cost when you implement that law? And the next thing we know, the communities, all of us have to figure out who's putting up the signs, who's paying for the signs, and the cost of the fact. So the law gets passed, but it becomes another unfunded, I guess, mandate. So just some things. And so I'm sitting in two committees that, as I've seen in the past, we think about something great on one side, and then over another side, we're looking at laws that potentially could be passed that seem like they're very good, and something that will be positive for our community and environment, but there's still a cost associated.
Okay, very good. So appreciate all your feedback on the EAC work plan and the objectives. As I mentioned, our next step on this will be to digest the conversation here today and to update that work plan, as well as then talk to each of our committee chairs and vice chairs about how we might integrate some of these policy conversations into the agendas as we roll them out over the next year. I just also want to point out in the packet that there are outlooks for each of the individual policy committees. The first one is on the Transportation Committee, the second one is on Energy and Environment, and the third is on CEHD, and the final is on the RC. So these are kind of an initial shot at incorporating some of the objectives and priorities that were in the draft plan into the work plans of the committees, but we will be talking about those with the chairs, as I mentioned, later this summer, and then have fuller conversations on both the overall work plan and those committee outlooks in October. So I'd encourage you to talk to your chairs and vice chairs as well, as you have more ideas about things that you want to make sure that were reflected in your work plan for the upcoming year. Very good. Do we need a little break, or?
Yeah.
Yes, we 10-minute break.
Okay, very good. Kind of as a continuation of what the priority areas are going to be for the upcoming year, we did want to give an overview of Connect SoCal and highlight some of the major policy issues that we know will be forefront in the conversations. So I will kick it off by just giving you a refresher on where we are in this process. So it takes us about 4 years, to update our plan, and we are now reaching the end with the release of the draft planned for the fall and adoption planned in the spring. So where we've been up to this point, we've worked with you all to develop the draft goals and vision for the plan. We've developed the draft performance measures to evaluate how we are achieving those goals and vision. A significant amount of time is spent on our local data exchange, and we've completed that exercise where we meet with our 191 cities and 6 counties to get the key data elements that'll be part of updating our plan. We've also received all of the project lists from our county transportation commissions. So they provide us with a list of the transportation projects that will become part of our plan. We've been working with the Air Resources Board, who determines whether our plan meets its greenhouse gas reduction targets. And we've developed for them a draft technical methodology that we continue to discuss and go back and forth on to make sure that we can hit our targets, or they have confidence that the way we are doing our modeling helps us hit our targets. We've worked with you all on a lot of major policy issues and had many policy discussions in the policy committees, including completing some special committees for Connect SoCal on equity, resilience, and next-gen infrastructure. And finally, we have just wrapped up our public outreach process, and we'll be reporting out on that in July. Our public outreach process included many public workshops and a survey, and we received some valuable input, again, that we'll report on in July and will be incorporated into the draft as we put it together. So where we go from here, as I mentioned, the draft Connect SoCal 2024 will be released this fall, along with the program environmental analysis that supports the plan. So our current schedule is to provide a preview of that draft plan through a joint policy committee meeting in September, and then come back to the board in October to request an action to release the draft for public review. Our public comment period will then last through December, and during that time of public comment, we will be out and providing presentations on Connect SoCal. And so look forward to your participation and support and getting other electeds to participate in those workshops. We spend much of the spring responding to the public comment that we receive. Our response and revision approach will go to the board in March. And then we anticipate bringing the final plan and PEIR forward for board consideration in April. And then we need to submit our plan to the federal government and the state to ensure compliance with federal and state regulations. So that is where we are headed. And what we wanted to do today was just touch on two kind of major elements of the plan where there's always a lot of questions. And so I'm going to cover the growth vision element of the plan, and then Annie is going to talk about transportation finance. So on the growth vision, the first thing that we always hear a lot about is a question about whether we are in line with local plans. And this is an agency that has always very much been focused on local control and then bringing local plans together to meet regional policy goals. So I just want to assure you that this process is very much rooted in local control, more so than any of our other plans. So we had to revise our process this time around to make sure that really we were driven by the feedback on those local plans. And it's been a very, I think, encouraging process, because what we found is that when we took out our concepts of where regional growth was going to occur in the region, and we had conversations with local jurisdictions about where they were planning for growth, we were very much in line. And so we see that over the years of collaborative planning, our regional policy goals are starting to be implemented at the local level, and I think that's been very kind of an encouraging finding of our process to date. But getting kind of to the basics about what our growth vision is, the growth vision helps us determine how much the region's population, households, and jobs will grow by 2050. And also we aim to talk about where that growth will occur. This on the screen is, we call this growth pattern the growth vision, but what the state calls it is the forecasted development pattern. And when we put the forecasted development pattern together, along with the transportation investments in our plan and other planning policies and strategies, our goal is to meet state and federal requirements for air quality, greenhouse gas emission reductions, and to also meet the series of other quality of life objectives that the Regional Council provides for us to try to achieve through the regional planning process. When we put together our growth vision and our forecast, we rely on a combination of demographic panel of experts as well as the local review process. Our process starts with us developing a preliminary growth forecast, and then we take that preliminary forecast and we do a little bit of a roadshow, and we visit all the 191 cities and 6 counties to solicit their feedback on the forecast. We've now stitched together the input that we got from the local jurisdictions to revise that preliminary forecast to now create a locally reviewed development pattern. And that locally reviewed pattern that reflects the local input is what you will see in our plan when it is released this fall. We take that, again, that data that we have on where growth is planned to occur, and we are now processing that in our model to make sure that we can hit a series of performance objectives. So a little bit more about the forecasted development pattern. As I mentioned, one of the key pieces of putting this together has been our engagement with 191 cities and 6 counties through a process that we call the Local Data Exchange, or LDX. This process was initiated in February of 2022, and input was due from all of our local jurisdictions in December of 2022. As part of the process, we asked our local jurisdictions to review 6 different categories of data, which you see here at the bottom of the screen. It include land use, transportation, priority development areas, geographic boundaries, green region resource areas, and then the growth in terms of population, populations and households and jobs. So they provide us feedback on these data sets, and then these become the kind of what Kevin likes to call, if you've been in any of his presentations, the ingredients of our growth forecast. So we had the opportunity this time around for our local jurisdictions to review this data in a static form through data map books that we produced, but we also brought to the region for the first time our regional data platform, which allowed them to share information with us digitally online through our regional data platform. We also aim this time around to be far more transparent to the public as we put this data together. So we've had conversations with GLUE and our business council and shown them where this data exists so that they can take a look at it and talk to their local jurisdictions, for example, should they have different understandings about where development is going to occur. So finally, we provide the information, we ask for our local jurisdictions to respond to us, but then we took the time to meet with them one-on-one, and we're successful in meeting with 164 of our 197 jurisdictions to vet the various details of the data layers and to ensure that the growth assumptions were supported by their local plans. We got feedback from 148 of our localities during this process. The number is a little bit lower than we have received in previous cycles. A lot of our cities have been extremely busy, as you all are probably aware, with the update of their housing elements, so didn't have quite as much time to engage with us this cycle. But also because this is not a RENA cycle, we always find it's a little bit more difficult to get the feedback. But we are still very encouraged to have direct feedback from 148 of our local jurisdictions, and as we release the draft, if they have additional comments, we can fold those in as we work to finalize the plan. So that local data exchange process is a key part of developing this growth vision. Again, which is the Bill's book mentioned, we are very much bottom-up, local control driven, and figuring out what that growth is going to be. So this slide then shows, based off of those conversations and our research in terms of regional growth, where we anticipate growth will occur over the next 30 years. And it shows how that expectation of growth has evolved from our 2020 plan. So the orange bars are data from our 2020 plan. The maroon bar in the middle is that original forecast, the preliminary forecast that we went out to get feedback on from our local agencies. And the bar in the blue is what the locally reviewed process resulted in. So we took out the maroon, and after conversations, in most cases, what we found from the local jurisdictions is that they were anticipating more growth in population, more growth in households, and more growth in employment than what we had originally anticipated. So over the course of the Connect SoCal 2020, we thought that the population would grow by 18.6% in the region. And you can see that has been downwardly revised quite a bit since our last plan to 9 to 11% in the preliminary and locally reviewed versions of Connect SoCal. Because there will be fewer people, there will also be lower job growth. But unemployment is low, and Southern California has favorable mix of industries and is an expansive place to live, so job growth will not go down by as much. But this factor of population, our projections on population significantly decreasing is a big part of this year's plan. Even though population is down, what it is especially noteworthy is what's happening or projected to happen in households. We've seen some pretty encouraging housing production numbers over the past few years, and a lot of that is from the support of state and local policy to will hopefully keep us on track in actually achieving some of the forecasted numbers here. And even though our population growth will be strong, we know there's a lot of existing need out there, and so much in the new household growth that we see is going to be to address that existing need. Was there a question?
We do this like every 5 years to make the big plan, which I know we need to do because we're building infrastructure to support that plan. But even just looking at the last 12 months, with interest rates going up, housing starts, our building permits are way down, and the latest, 2 years, 3 years in a row now, that California is actually decreasing in population. I know there's migration within California. But going back to the big data set we talked about in the last segment, if we know from each jurisdiction, what building permits are being pulled, what plans are being submitted, should it be more fluid, I guess, versus, I know we have to do a regional plan because that's how we allocate certain resources and plan for the infrastructure to support that. But how do we get more up-to-date numbers based on local economy trends and national economy trends, I guess?
So we are working on a long-term forecast, and that's what we need to guide kind of transportation investments in the region. But the reason we do update it every 4 years is because we know that there's change. I think we need to plan for the long term, and in planning for the long term, we can't be so reactionary to.
Absolutely, I know the planning. I'm just trying to figure out how to go back to my residents and say, hey, we're planning for a 10% or 12% increase in growth. At the same time, the state's decreasing in population. That story behind the migration, or whatever the case may be, or we're still underbuilt for the current population, that's why we have to build. And especially in my area, it's not so bad because I got some open space, but some of these cities that say, I got to take away your single family home and put apartments, we have to have that story told in a way that we can explain it to our residents, otherwise there'll be political pushback.
And I think a lot of what we're seeing here in the household growth, and what we have understood in doing our regional housing needs assessment, is there is a lot of existing need and pent-up demand. So even though the population isn't growing as fast, this is really a good opportunity actually for us to catch up in the housing that we need in the region. So moving on, that's where we are in terms of the region, in terms of what we're seeing in terms of major growth trends. When you break that down at the county level, what we're really looking at is kind of a story of the population, household, and employment forecast growth at the county level, and how you balance those things together. Are there enough people for the jobs, and are there enough homes for the people within each county? A couple points that stand out here. The coastal counties, particularly LA and Orange, tend to have a lower percentage of projected growth overall. And that's just the reality. They are far more built out. But these two counties, which are also very job rich, have a lot of in-commuters that come in for those jobs. In LA and Orange County, you can notice that the future household growth exceeds the future job growth. So we do see a little bit more of a balance between housing and jobs in those coastal counties. Meanwhile, in Riverside and San Bernardino counties are expected to grow more overall. Their job growth rates are far higher than the rest of the region. The outcome of this is that we've got a plan that starts to address, as I mentioned, some of the job and housing balance issues that we have across Southern California. And I mentioned earlier that our slower population growth does provide this opportunity for us to use regional planning to even further improve that jobs, housing balance, and overall quality of life for existing residents in the region by making sure we're getting housing in the right places. A couple key takeaways then from both the regional and the county level forecast. First thing that we want to point out from this plan is that our household growth is accelerating. So if you look at this chart on the far right, we have the data from our 2020 plan, and in the middle, we have the data from the locally reviewed Connect SoCal 2024. And even though this plan and the last plan, each project about 1.6 million in new households in 30 years, our new plan starts to see the growth in households form much more quickly, especially during the next decade, which is consistent with the time frame of our 6-cycle RHNA and the housing elements. So you can see on the in our chart that light line in the middle for the next decade. For Connect SoCal 2020, our last plan, we were projecting 570,000 new households, and for this plan, we're projecting 741,000 new households, which is a 30% increase. So based off of our forecast, work with our economic panel, as well as the conversation with our local jurisdictions, based off of everything that they're seeing in the market, based off of what they're seeing in the local plans and state policies, they are projecting that we're going to create a lot more households in the region. This level of new housing would accommodate expected growth in the population and jobs, but also alleviate some of that existing need. Because of aging and mortality in the region over the long term, we don't anticipate needing much more household growth. We anticipate needing fewer new housing to support the population in the late 2030s and 2040s. So we catch up at the end. So what this is saying, in the early years, we're accelerating household growth, although we're going to end up in the same place over the 3-decade horizon. Just going to go ahead and populate all these. So the other key takeaway from our growth forecast is that the region continues to grow in a more focused way in our priority development areas. And these areas are prioritized for growth because development in these places is generally more sustainable in terms of reducing our environmental impact, achieving our economic goals, but as well as taking advantage of the existing infrastructure that is already in place. In addition to the region's housing growing in these locations, it's important that they, through the development in our priority development areas, we're able to hit our greenhouse gas reduction targets and achieve a wide range of environmental goals. This slide highlights that in the region, 52% of the region's households in the 2020 plan were in our priority development areas and outside of what we call our green region areas, which are more of our conservation areas. While that is projected to increase to 56% in the 2024 plan, we still feel like we're headed in the right direction. The increase between the 2020 plan and the 2024 plan is something that we see in almost every county. This shows that we're building on the progress that we've made in our 2020 plan. And then finally, another final key takeaway that we have from this process is that our local plans are moving us in the right direction. Our local data exchange survey highlighted that general plans and locally anticipated growth is in alignment with our Connect SoCal regional planning policies. And as an organization, we have expanded the various tools and resources that support our local partners in implementing our plan, and we think these have been valuable to support us in moving in this direction. And so just as an example, through SCAG's local technical assistance programs, we've been able to provide local capacity support to support planning efforts, including since the adoption of our last plan, we provided $15 million in planning grants awarded through our 2020 Sustainable Communities Program. We provided $47 million in REAP 1 funding to support housing element development. And we are on the cusp of being able to award $246 million in REAP 2 funding to support housing mobility as part of the implementation of our 2020 plan and the plan that we will adopt in the future. So as we talk to our local jurisdictions and we get their feedback, we know that these resources are critical to help them move forward. Our plans and their progress is then reflected in the forecast that I shared with you. So now we're going to move on to transportation finance, and I'm going to hand it off to Annie. Are there any questions on the growth vision or the growth forecast part of our plan?
Questions? Any questions?
They're all experts.
Yes, go ahead. Ruben?
This is not a legal question, but just a math question. So the fivefold increase between REAP 1 and REAP 2, am I saying that right?
Mm-hmm.
Funding, are we anticipating like 5 times more money for the jurisdictions who took advantage last time, or 5 times as many jurisdictions will get it this time? Is there any sense of the relative allocation?
So there's some key differences between REAP 1 and REAP 2. REAP 1 was focused on housing and helping local jurisdictions achieve their 6-cycle RHNA goals. REAP 2 has a much broader scope and allows for resources to be dedicated for transportation and other activities that help align the housing and transportation investments in order to achieve the larger sustainable communities goals. So, I think all of our cities have, benefited from the resources from REAP 1 and will continue to benefit from the resources for REAP 2. And we have a series of programs that make sure that those resources are going to the highest and best use across each of the counties. Or subregions. So for example, a big piece of what we've done is create sub-allocations to our sub-regional partners to implement projects in their regions. So that's been a big part of the housing component of the program, is to sub-allocate some of those dollars to sub-regions. On the transportation side, which Annie has been leading, we sub-allocated a large amount of funding to our county transportation commissions to address transportation challenges or mobility challenges that are most prescient in their areas. Yes, more money to more cities and more partners, because we have the cities, the county transportation commissions, and actually on this round, we're also going to have resources that are going more to the private side to make sure we have some financing tools in order to support projects.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else?
Okay. So I'm going to walk you through the financial plan element of Connect SoCal. I've actually have a lot of information here, so I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. So just to start with, firstly, under federal law, the RTP, or the Regional Transportation Plan, our long-range transportation plan, must include a financial plan element encompassing essentially minimum of 20-year planning horizon. We're required to identify how much funding will be needed to build out our capital improvement projects, as well as to operate and maintain the existing transportation system. By federal law, we're also required to have a fiscally constrained plan, meaning that we need to demonstrate that essentially there's a balance between revenues and the costs. And the latest Connect SoCal time horizon is through 2050. So in terms of process, we also do a bottom-up process. We build off of data provided by our local county transportation commissions, as well as some of our transit operators, in addition to publicly available state and federal data. So I'm just going to walk you through some of the core issues that are impacting some of our revenues that we're seeing as we build our forecast. So out of our core revenues, existing transportation sources, local sales taxes are really the single largest source of transportation funding for the SCAG region. We have a total of 8 transportation sales tax measures, and they've historically generated nearly 60% of local revenues. They're highly volatile, tied to economic conditions, obviously, and that's reflected there in the chart showing the recent volatility. So at the onset of the pandemic, we had pretty substantial reductions in consumer spending in the region, and so it's as reflected there, but we actually did quickly rebound. What you're seeing is basically the changes since 2019 levels there. So we do have some concerns, however, that in the short term, lots of inflationary pressures, and so this can have a pretty significant impact on transportation funding revenues over the long term as well. So additionally, I should mention that 3 of the 8 transportation sales tax measures in our region will expire before the planning horizon of 2050. So this includes Orange County's Measure M, Riverside County's Measure A, as well as San Bernardino County's Measure I. So the other large source of funding are excise taxes on gasoline and diesel fuels. They're really the basis of most federal and state transportation funding for California, and they essentially depend on fuel consumption. You may all know this, but just as a reminder, the federal gas tax was last increased in 1993, so it's been 30 years. Most of us, I don't think, could survive without a cost of living increase, and so that's basically what's been happening to our transportation system. So if we had adjusted for inflation, the current gas tax rate would probably be about double the current rate, which is roughly about 37 cents. 37 cents meaning it would be double. So current tax is at about 18 cents a gallon. So essentially the revenues have been sustained by additional travel from population growth, but if you take a look at it on a per capita basis, revenues have actually been dropping pretty considerably. And you'll notice this particularly with the Federal Highway Trust Fund account. The primary recipient of the gas tax revenues has required more than $259 billion in general fund transfers to remain solvent, including the latest $118 billion to fund part of the IJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. In California, we're in a little better position with the passage of SB 1 back in 2017, which addressed at least partly some of these concerns, as the gas tax was increased and indexed to inflation, and as well as added a supplemental registration fee for alternative fuel vehicles. So despite what the state of California has done, we're still mindful of some of the pretty significant challenges ahead. Recent rules in California could increase the magnitude of the challenge with our fuel tax revenues. Formalizing the governor's executive order, CARB's Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule requires that all new vehicles sold in California be zero-emission vehicle by 2035, really accelerating this need to secure an alternative funding source. We've also, more recently, there's been the adoption of the Advanced Clean Fleet rule, which would apply to essentially the entire fleet composition, not only to vehicle purchases, and this is primarily for medium and heavy-duty trucks, but most notably for drayage trucks. By January of next year, only ZEVs can register under CARB's drayage registry, with all drayage trucks being required to be ZEV by 2035. So this has most definitely serious implications for the region. On the cost side, the region faces significant challenges as well with transportation cost escalations over the plan horizon. So our financial plan uses a long-term 4.7% annual escalation factor for capital costs over the life of the plan, and this is based upon essentially a 30-year composite average. This in comparison to our long-term general inflation projected to grow at roughly about 2.3%. 3% annually. So in effect, our purchasing power will decrease by over 70% through the life of our plan.
May I ask a quick question on that?
Sure.
Simple answer, why?
Why
is construction costs going up twice as much? Is it regulatory? Is it?
It's the cost of materials, in addition to the cost of labor.
But
Those are the factors.
Materials be filtered into inflation rate already. So is it a labor cost? Is it?
It's a combination. So oftentimes in these, when you look at the construction cost indices, they're comprised of, essentially, it's a composite of different material costs and what's been happening over the course of several years, and that's included in that index, and we track that index. And ultimately, you know, it's supply and demand as well, in particular, related to particular materials, right? And we've all seen it over the course of the last couple of years with the supply chain crisis and the escalation costs associated with materials. I know I've seen it with some renovations that I'm doing on my house. All of a sudden, what I had planned over a year ago is substantially more costly now. So we're seeing this on an even greater magnitude for our transportation system. Yes.
Quick follow-up. I agree that we've been seeing these massive increases, particularly as of late, but does it make sense to take this snapshot in time with these factors and apply that over the long term? I mean, can we look historically and see that, you know, with inflation, once it's under control, that you know, we've seen in the past with construction companies, labor, that when we hit a recession, I'm not saying I want that to happen, but then in turn these costs decrease. So is it fair to extrapolate these numbers out over the long term?
So you're absolutely right. We should not be extrapolating out based upon short-term conditions. And so actually that 4.7% represents an average, historical average over the course of the last 30 years. I don't recall the exact percentage off the top of my head, but some of the cost indices showed substantially higher percentages over the course of the last couple of years, actually. Okay, so I'm going to move on to operation and maintenance costs. So this also involves some key challenges. We forecast long-term operation and maintenance costs with multiple uncertainties that are facing, in particular, some of our transit and passenger rail operators. We know that service level dropped for many of our operators during the COVID pandemic, and post-COVID level of recovery and timeline has been really uncertain across a number of these operators. And so we're currently working with them to collect some of the data to incorporate as a part of our financial forecasting work. I should also mention some of the ZV mandates also apply to transit. And so there's also significant cost implications, at least until there's a pretty considerable market saturation on that front as well. So we also look at O&M costs, which will need to address the potential vulnerabilities from extreme weather events. So we're currently in the process of gathering data on the magnitude of additional expenditures for system resiliency needs. And these concerns really extend maintenance of all capital assets in the transportation system and could most definitely increase operations spending. The chart here on the right, for example, shows Caltrans's 2021 State Highway System Management Plan, which includes new objectives for sea level rise and storm surge adaptation, an increase of roughly about $24 billion in additional SHOP funding needs over the next 10 years.
So based upon the current analysis, we anticipate that a shortfall could be as large as $285 billion. There are further refinements that are needed to be made in order to narrow this gap, but the magnitude is generally consistent with some of our prior plans, considering some of the breadth of issues that I've highlighted. In particular, I think it's really a lot of the O&M costs are a driving factor with the inclusion of the resilience needs on the state highway system. But of course, as I mentioned earlier, the viability of the state and federal gas tax funded sources over the long term are really significant factors that contribute to our long-term financial situation for transportation. So key takeaways, overall, our revenues are decreasing, our costs are increasing, while our transportation needs continue to expand. I'm going to skip over that one slide there. Let's see, move on to, this slide shows some of our new and innovative sources, and I'm highlighting here most of our users fee strategies that we had included in our Connect SoCal 2020 adopted plan, which provided over $140 billion of new revenue sources. Currently, staff is using this as a starting point for our analysis and really working to update for changes in condition as well as timelines. So I do want to highlight that the first of these strategies identified here as the road charge is what we contemplate as a replacement to the existing state and federal gas taxes. So this is purely a financial mechanism and is really fundamentally different from some of the regional and local mechanisms listed. So we assume a replacement of the gas tax both at the state and federal levels with a road charge, or also called a mileage-based user fee, starting in 2030 and indexed to maintain purchasing power. Will likely modify the start of this date to out to 2035 for Connect SoCal 2024. We've also in the past assumed a regional congestion pricing program in our adopted plan, comprising both very localized parking and zonal-based pricing, as well as broader regional distance-based pricing, recognizing that the actual form of implementation may differ from across the region, but fundamentally focused more on managing demand to reduce congestion, VMT, and emissions. So again, there's a distinction between the state and federal gas tax replacement mechanism and the regional mechanisms that I've just outlined. Both are certainly very important, but have very different primary purposes, but both have been included in our plan, at least historically, and both generate revenues to be reinvested back into the transportation system. So I do want to mention that the
Sorry.
Yes.
And this is, I'm sorry, it's always I guess that's just my subtle way of asking you why there's a difference in inflation and cost before. I'll be a little more blunt. I always hate it when we say we need to just raise revenues. We're not looking at why the cost of something's cost so much. A lot of it's the policy by the state of California with the CEQA and the environmentals and other labor things they put on these costs. So we just look at the costs and say, well, the cost got up, so we got to raise money. But I think part of that strategy, if we're going to advocate to the legislature, is, hey, we did an analytics on the cost. Part of it's due to inflation, part of it's due to labor, part of it's due to regulatory, causes. And here's some ways you could get more linear feet of freeway for your dollar if you're able to change some of the policies you have. Mm-hmm. Then it's a combination of raising revenues and streamlining the cost of doing business. Because back in the days when we studied before, we're paying so much more per linear foot of road than either state. It's not because of materials, it's because of labor, regulatory, and all those different other things added on top of materials. So that's just, I'm hoping to advocate not for policy changes as well as advocating for sources of income.
Mm-hmm.
Understood. If I may just chime in, because I think this is a very important topic to maybe noodle on a little bit. You would see, and Annie hasn't gone to this map yet, the entire country studying replacing the gas tax. And it's for very, very strong good reasons, because it's just not sustainable. Before SB 1 passed, the gas tax we were raising on the state highway system was paying about a quarter of the need on the state highway system. And yes, there are costs that are attributable to policies, but in the main, the gas tax was just not sustainable as a funding source because it was it had been declining for the last 25 years in the receipts. Just generally, in real terms, the gas tax receipts were declining in general terms because cars were getting more efficient and were going to zero, cars that don't even use gasoline or diesel. And on top of that, the cost of really doing road improvements and especially road maintenance had gone up because our infrastructure across the state was now generational, 50, 60 years old, and so there was a lot of cost that was attributed to that. So the need for a sustainable funding source has become very apparent for a long time, and so the state passed SB 1077 that allowed us to study the use of mileage-based user fee or road charge. We call it road charge here. Across the country, it's called mileage-based user fee. And that's really with the intent of trying to stay abreast of the growing costs. And we will still have a higher cost of doing business in parts of the country, like in California on the coast, because that's just, the nature of the market sometimes with labor. But I think you have a fighting chance as we get away from fossil fuels and the mandates that you're seeing, not just in California, but across the country. So I think that's really why this is an important thing to talk about, but also to make the point that I think Annie has made a couple of times that I want to make sure I reemphasize. We have been using this mechanism in our planning for the last 2 or 3, actually 3 or 4 cycles now. Mm-hmm. So it's been part of our assumptions that down the line, by 2030, we would all need to be thinking about a new revenue stream for transportation because we can't, the gas tax will not be around to fund us. And some states have actually already started doing that. Tim?
Thank you, Annie, for your presentation. I know you're not finished, and I'm a little bit new to this discussion. I know Supervisor Hagman mentioned labor cost, mentioned environmental regulations, and a number of other factors. And obviously, in this state, there's always a debate about progressive politics, and it's leading to greater cost. But the United States is not the only country in the world that's building infrastructure. The competition for raw materials across the world is it's so much greater today than it was in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. And the reality is there's competition for those raw materials. Right? And that's playing out in California, it's playing out in this country. And so when you have a conversation about, well, maybe it's labor cost, maybe it's environmental regulation, you also have to look at the raw materials cost of building the infrastructure that's needed for freeways. When I travel and I see the work, I live in Pomona, and I see the work going on in San Bernardino County from Central to Ontario. I don't know if it's years, but certainly it's taken well over a number of years to be able to do that work. What's the cost of doing that as opposed to investing those types of resources in other forms of transportation in terms of how we move people and how we address the issues that are related to the use of vehicles as opposed to using public transportation? So I just raised that as a complementary point to Supervisor Hagman in that you could attribute it to those things, labor cost, environmental regulation, but you cannot discount the fact that there are countries competing for these raw materials all over the world. And that's, at least as I understand it, it's a contributing factor to the cost for projects both here in California and all over the country. Can you speak to that?
Yes, most definitely. Raw materials is really one of the driving factors, right? I can attest to, one iteration of the RTPSES that we were developing, and I believe there was the Olympics happening in China, and the amount of raw materials that were needed as a result of that substantially affected the cost here in California. And so it's a global, most definitely, there's global supply and demand issues, right? And so that does directly impact costs, transportation costs here in Southern California. So with that, Kome introduced this particular slide, but just reemphasizing that the mileage-based user fee concept is really not unique to the SCAG region nor the state of California. As shown in this map here, nationally, most states are exploring this transition to some sort of a mileage-based user fee system to address the fundamental issues inherent in the gas tax. And so you've got states in yellow there that have an active road charge program of some form. States in green have piloted a road charge, and then states in blue are studying the road charge. And I should also mention that under IJA, US DOT will now carry out a national road usage charge pilot program. So I'm going to pivot here from the financial plan for just a minute and provide just some additional historical context. I think Kome mentioned this earlier, but on the breadth of work that SCAG has done on road charges and congestion pricing more generally, we've had decades, over 3 decades of work looking at both concepts to meet different objectives. But ultimately, they really started to come together for our first Sustainable Community Strategies in 2012. And this is really an important suite of road charge and congestion pricing strategies together with mobility investments have really served as a critical basis for us as a region meeting SB 375 GHG reduction targets. And so let me just additionally for context, this is the relative contribution of planned strategies in meeting per capita GHG emission reduction targets for our region. The suite of pricing strategies included in our plan accounted for 19% of GHG reduction, followed by land use at 18%, and then investment in EV infrastructure at 16%. And then the remaining strategies are really a compilation of smaller strategies, around 12 or so added together. So again, I want to reiterate the point here that our road charge and pricing strategies are more than about just closing the funding gap and meeting fiscal constraint requirements. They are fundamentally the basis for how we meet SB 375 GHG reduction targets, in addition to federal air quality conformity requirements. And I think Sarah is going to close us out with the summary here. Okay.
Yes. Could we like back up to that that one, because again, just like Supervisor Hagman talked about the need for policies to also be in line. I think that's a key part of the conversation all the time. But pricing is a big part of policy set to accomplish the state mandate, and I just want to make sure that we don't run through it and get a chance to get a sense of what you all think about it. I'm pressing you to say something out loud, but I also want to make sure that we have a common understanding that we have a requirement that is it's SB 375 that requires us. Whatever you think about SB 375, I'm looking at Lucy. Whatever you think of SB 375, our responsibility to the region requires us to figure a way out to make sure that we get all of our region qualified for the state and federal funding that's available to us. And one of the things we've said, maybe not said loud enough, is on the credit that we got from the 2020 plan being adopted and accepted by ARB, this region has qualified for almost $1 billion in state funding. If we didn't have that plan adopted and meeting the requirements, we would not be able to have access to that $1 billion worth of funding from the various state programs. So there is a motivation for us to make sure that we follow the credible processes to allow us to get there. And so I just want to make sure that we impress on you why this chart is important, why the use of pricing is critical to the game plan, and of course on the cost reduction side, making sure that we also advocate things like the streamlining that I think we all got behind to reduce what it really costs to deliver these projects, given all the other conditions. So I'm just trying to gin up some conversation on this before you lose both Sarah and Annie back to their seats. Yes.
Thank you. One of the numbers that you had mentioned a little bit earlier, and that was also in the presentation a couple slides earlier, is 2030, and I believe you had mentioned that as an assumption that it's not a date in place, right? Or is that it's not a specific year?
Yeah, so for analysis purposes, we had previously assumed that by 2030 we would see that transition. Given the state of where we're at in the state of California, that's not likely to occur by 2030. We anticipate it's probably going to have to be pushed out to closer to 2035. Now, the state of California has not explicitly specified a date yet. However, I think 2035 is a good rough time frame for us to assume for our plan purposes.
All right, should we?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
This is the, I think, silliest question that'll be asked all day, but I mean, we are a planning agency, and making public transportation a priority should probably be, right, incorporated into almost everything we do. And, people smarter than I could figure these things out, but, what types of sort of, the word that comes to mind or term that comes to mind is like, hostile architecture can we put into our communities that forces the development of public transportation. And, just, I think both Jose and I are on AQMD board together, and it's just, Jose Luis, yeah, we're on together. And it's just getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. The ability to stop, the low-hanging fruit is gone, right? So we just got to get cars off the road. I don't know, maybe I'm just, you asked for some conversation, Comey.
Oh, yeah. No, I think this is good stuff. In fact, I'm sure Sarah has something to say here, because transit continues to be the backbone of the plan. And when we talk about cost, it includes a ton of transit cost. In fact, Annie, how much of our capital cost is transit improvements and operating costs is transit improvements in the plan? Because that's really the point, is we need to provide alternatives. You will continue to have cars and the roads will continue to be there, but you need to have alternatives so that people, even with cars, don't need to drive. Because we just don't have that capacity anymore on the roadways.
It's more than 60%, particularly to operate and maintain the system. It's pretty substantial.
So the plan is heavily reliant on that move to providing alternatives to driving alone. It's 60%.
Well, and I'm just thinking, Ledge Committee too is, this might be one of those things where we could actually take on developing some kind of legislation to encourage, I don't know, incentivize our cities. I don't know, they're just throwing it out there, just different ideas that we could take a more proactive stance on that. That's an idea.
Great question, by the way.
No.
Jan and then Clint.
It's a great question, and thank you, because usually I get on that soapbox about this, because you want to reduce the cost of building freeways. Quit building freeways. It's bad land use. It takes away from the really important things we need to do with our land. And we somehow get these policies blurred that if we have these cars that are propelled by electricity, it makes it all okay. An EV takes up the same space as a car that uses gas. Our goal should be to have more public transportation. And when you look at some of their, there's a place on the 91, it's 21 lanes wide because of all the confluence of all these different highways. What if 20 years ago instead we had put a train in? So, we have to start thinking in those terms. How do we create public transit? It's our personal choices that are going to make the difference. Do we want clean air? Do we want better land use? Do we want a better life left for those behind us? And if we do, we're going to have to make some difficult personal decisions. Every time we get in a car, every time we get on a bus, every time we get on a train, we've got to make those changes. And they're not always going to be easy. But, what did Mom always say? If the right thing were the easy thing, everybody do the right thing. So we have to make those choices. We have to put the emphasis on public transportation. We know cars are part of our life, but they don't have to be our life. So we really have to look at ways we can get that message out there and hopefully bring people along with us.
Oh, well,
my soapbox.
Well, Clint, how do you think?
let business speak first. You go. I came late.
Clint had his card up a long time ago.
Oh, sure.
Okay,
Anytime, Jan.
I'll jump in really quickly. If we look at our transit operations in terms of ridership right now, it's down. We all know this. It's one of those, and we continue to spend a lot of money in this area, and that is in order to meet goals that are being set by the state and requirements that we have to meet within Connect SoCal. I know the city of Eastvale, the residents of Eastvale commute. Most of our residents are commuters. We're on the edge of Riverside County, the northwesternmost city there. We are in a donut hole in terms of transportation, being on the edge of a county. And, in order to get to mass transit, you've got to leave the city for the most part. We do have some bus service that reaches us, but certainly not anything that is of consequence that would allow for the residents of Eastvale to be able to get out of their cars and not commute into LA or Orange County for work. These goals of the plan that we are required to meet, we keep tweaking the numbers and putting more, saying we're going to build more transit, we're going to get more riders there. Part of the discussion, though, too, these are goals that many people aspire to get everybody onto trains, onto buses, but the reality of the fact is, at least for the constituents in the area that I hail from, it's not going to materialize anytime soon. And maybe part of this discussion is, as we move forward, that we actually push back and say these numbers are not attainable in the near term. If you're really looking to make this impact on GHG reduction, et cetera, it's coming too fast, too hard. And when our main job here is to be able to facilitate the needs of, workers to be able to get to work, people being able to commute to their jobs, to be able to provide for their families, maintaining the system. I throw out there that maybe we should push back a little bit too as we move forward in development of our new plan. So, food for thought.
Deborah?
Oh, okay. I think all that we tend to say tends to always be good. We are a planning agency. We're not the ones that are the implementers of it. But I look at this and I'm always hearing that we can't make it happen. We can't use the transit system. And before I retired, I rode the Metrolink in from Rialto to downtown LA, probably a good, I don't know, from 97 until 2011. And I didn't do it because it was the only mode of transportation I had. And I also got off at Los Angeles State and rode the bus in. And what I found is that there's a mindset that the people who you believe are on the bus in transit is because they have to be on it. And so we don't use it because we don't want to be in that space. But I didn't have to be on it, but I chose to get up every morning, do a little planning, catch a train, either the 6:25 or the 7:02. I was a deputy, so I didn't have to be in at 8 o'clock. And I guess, so a couple of things for me, I just heard on the news yesterday morning, we might be going to vehicle miles traveled. And, I said, well, maybe the concept for somebody being disincentivized to use their car is you pay more by the car that you drive, not by your economic status. Because sometimes some of us are driving some things that are pretty choicey. I don't care if it's electric or gas, it still has wheels. So the conversation needs to be broader, rather than us sitting sometimes and talking about, well, our system isn't in there just yet, or well, because, I commuted and it was by my choice. Yeah, I had the luxury that I could some days get in my car if I wanted to. And maybe it's because of the position I was in that I had that flexibility. But I always say, well, we're hearing the same conversation. And I would say the incentive would be to get people out of their cars. Based on whatever vehicle you're registering, you pay a fee according to the make and model of that vehicle. I bet everybody would be really pushing back on that thought. But the other side of this equation is greenhouse gas. It's not about just the freeways going to be built. I work for the Department of Transportation, by the way, so you guys know it takes us a heck of a lot of time to build one lane. And by the time we build that one lane, it's latent demand. It's already locked up. Okay, finished. But maybe the other part of it is realizing what is it we're trying to accomplish? What is it the region and what the environmental side of it? And greenhouse gas. And then I will say, one other thing we might need to talk about is this new concept that was, forgive me, the business side developers have come, land use. We plan it. These are planners here. I'm a planner by undergraduate degree. I understand land use. You zone for the industrial, you zone for commercial, you zone for that. But when somebody can come in and put in a community benefit of $18.5 million to change a land use that's totally against the community, the planning staff, and the planning commission. However, it rolls up to the council, and it's a 5-member council, and it's a simple majority that turns that over. And then then the community is having to go out, do a referendum. So I'm advocating, should we go for legislation now that says in order to overturn, it might have to be a larger majority. It might be a 4 or 5. You have one person. You have to have 5-0 vote or it doesn't go. So where are we going to go with this? But right now, while we're sitting here planning and talking, that's kind of what I've been in and out of the room, because this happened about 2 council meetings ago, and we're still dealing with the issues of not listening to the residents all the time and the personal dollars invested of local general dollars to get people to be engaged, only for a 3-2 vote to just put it out in $18.5 million. And an attorney say to you, oh, well, we don't oversee the community benefit. That's up to the attorney and the developer. So add that to it, because maybe we should be figuring out How do we put community benefit dollars, if we're gonna let the developer bring in industrial, and it's not gonna be electric vehicles until 2030, maybe the community benefit dollars should be going back in to help build more of the public transportation. Just my thoughts.
Art said I had 20 seconds. So even in Eastvale, you can drive to a train station. So we have to be able to facilitate that and accommodate people with that. I know every time I buy a train ticket, I feel like I just bought 2 hours of life. And we have to shift the thinking. I remember about 2 years ago, it was Kurt Hagman who said, we have to make it so it's the cool kids who take public transportation. So there is something in shifting the thinking.
Lucy?
Thank you. Comey, maybe if you remember back in, Comey, remember back before COVID, I came to you with an idea called just one trip a week?
Yeah,
Maybe this is the time to think about that one.
it's still timeless. It's a
Because
timeless idea.
yeah, it's we started to implement this or to do this before COVID hit, and then it all fell apart. But the general idea, I think grassroots and incentives work more effectively than sticks. I also believe that in general, our public doesn't know how to use transit, and part of it, we have to teach them how to do this. So one of the ideas that I came up with was that you create an app on your phone, and it's based within each of your communities, and you earn points on your app for every non-car trip that you take. So if you ride a bus, if you take your bicycle, you're all building bike lanes and walk paths now. And then you go visit a local ice cream store, movie theater, they'll give you, for those points, you get a free movie ticket. You get a free ice cream cone, you get a free beer at the pub, because they've signed in for small business economic development to support this problem, this project, and get you to come to visit them in a non-car way. You reduce greenhouse gases. I literally presented this to AQMD. They loved it. They said, but we can't fund it because we're already giving our monies to all the cities. So I had Irvine prepared to do a pilot program on this matter. Irvine Company stepped up to fund it. TCA was interested, OCTA was interested, and Irvine I kind of picked because they have bike lanes and walking paths and microtransit, and they had shuttle buses, even private buses that people could use. They just don't know how to use them. So I'm incentivizing the population to try something else, to earn points to get a free ice cream cone or a free movie ticket and visit your local community. So it helps economic development, grassroots, teaches local opportunities for transportation, reduces greenhouse gases, and it's kind of a win-win. So I thought I was a genius coming up with this idea. I found out the city of Bologna has been doing it for a couple of years just in the summer, and they've actually got performance metrics where it has, City of Bologna in Italy, where they've reduced cars into their city and has increased economic development in their small business community. And there's a brilliant BBC video, a little short, little 3-minute, 2-minute video, and I'll send all of this and the white paper that I wrote years ago to Comey for maybe first you guys to think about this one as an opportunity. I get you might need top-down approach, but I think, remember, I mean, my generation, we all like forced our parents to recycle, and suddenly now we don't think anything about putting out recycle bins and separating trash. When we were kids, that was the grassroots thing to do, right? And so now it's how do you get people to think differently about their mode of travel as a grassroots effort. I had Irvine school system interested in this with their children's ecology classes and climate change classes. So I had schools, government, business, I mean, that's when you get the win-win, is when you engage everybody to advance a big, hairy, audacious idea. And I was just trying with one city. Comey challenged me. He said, actually, Lucy, this should really be a regional thing. If we just set up the program that could be adopted and then develop the app and a marketing plan to have communities adopt it. But again, COVID hit and we didn't pursue it. But my goal is just like Clint said, there's too many people out there that just say it's too much, it's too easy to get in a car. But you could make it kind of hip and cool and fun to do something like this.
Well,
anyway.
I put it down for Riverside, so we're going to talk about it.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm happy to send that. Miles has done this at another way, but yeah. But how do you make it as a local community effort?
Mobility wallet, yeah. Yeah, well, we've been doing some work on a mobility wallet, and so we can continue to talk to you about the concepts and how they align.
Yeah, Tim wants to talk.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you, thank you for your recommendation, Lucy. Perhaps doing a program, but I don't know if you heard that, but that's fine. One of the hats that I do wear is I do serve on the LA Metro Board, and a little less than a couple of years ago, the board created a program called the Go Pass program, so that every kindergartner and community college student can take the Metro system for free. So if you really want to get young people taking the system, it's free for them to go on that system. So when you think about all the money that we spend, right, and I know we've been hitting freeways hard, and Clint, I completely get that people are moving out to where they can afford, where they can have a home, and that infrastructure isn't always in place. Yes, you can catch a bus or you can catch a train. It's a little easier to catch the car and just go. But in this particular case, this program, while it's a pilot program, has been a tremendous amount of success. And we think about the ability of our young people who are going to our community college system. Oftentimes, the challenge of getting to school is they don't have a car, and in many respects, they don't want a car. They want to be able to take public transportation. So this is just an example of where, we make choices about where we're going to spend dollars.
Right.
And if we can have a system where everyone can access that system, perhaps you'll begin to see that culture change, that mindset.
And what's cool about this is that you don't have to do it every day. The dirty little secret is the name of the program was Just One Trip a Week. Not every day, just one trip. Practice, right? If you took this was back again pre-COVID, you took one trip other than your car every 2 weeks, you would see a marked deduction in greenhouse gases. So the object is to just get people not to be afraid to try something different. Yeah, I like it.
Well, and I think one of the things we probably don't talk about a lot, and I know we've I really appreciate the input because that's what I wanted. We're having a discussion. One of the things we don't talk about a lot is the O&M cost of driving. It's inordinate, but we don't talk about it because you don't see it. We are all very focused on what it costs to operate transit because it's a very transparent number. You're either meeting a fare box ratio or not. Everybody knows what that is. What it costs from the municipal level, what you pay to redo your roads and fix your roads, to the state level, to the federal level, and he just showed you the highway user, whatever, highway account. The highway account at the federal level is broke. There's just never enough money in it that you have to have federal general fund transfer. So it's not, this is not just about, cars are bad, because that's not the issue. I think we're talking about a societal cost and the most efficient way of moving people. And we need to have that conversation, and I'm glad we're having it, because I think transit is one option. It doesn't solve all the problem. People still will drive because there are still about 30 million cars out there that will be driven. We just hope that people would have more choice to not have to drive, whether through transit or bike and walk, for that matter. I know we've taken more of your
I
time
would
than-
love it if we continued this conversation over dinner. I mean, this is the kind of thing that
Yeah.
planners get excited about.
Well,
So-
we have 2 more items that
Yeah.
we want to get to, so.
So should I wrap up on this one? I mean,
Please.
I think this is a great graphic to wrap up on as well, because also what it's reflecting is that we get to our goals through an all of the above approach. There are many strategies in our plan that you will see as it rolls out, and that have really been things that we've carried forward over many plan cycles. The land use piece and how we're developing, as mentioned, is a key part, and we do get a lot of benefit from that out of our plan. When you put housing in the right place, you match the jobs in housing, you make trips shorter, and you can provide some additional options. We talk about the various incentives to put in place to make more sustainable options, the options of choice. We talk about there's a lot of new investment in transit and also the services that get you to transit, and making those connections more seamless. So it really is, I think, all of these pieces that need to come together in order to achieve our goals that we need to achieve for both the state and federal, but also the goals that this region and our regional leadership has put forward about better quality of life, preserving our open spaces, and just making this a great place to live. So I feel like this session has been a very good teaser to read the full 1,000-page plan and pull out your strategy of choice. Finally, I think the things that we've focused here today. Again, we want to talk about the growth vision because that's always a big part of the plan. We want to talk about transportation finance because that's always a big item of conversation. But just in closing, I want to highlight a couple things, other things that are different about this plan than previous plans. I think largely, again, this plan is carrying forward many strategies that we've had in the past. It was actually kind of funny during the break. Lucy came up to me and showed me an outline of an RTP-SCS that had been written by ChatGPT, and it's pretty much what's in our plan, right? Like, there's a lot of strategies that we're continuing to move forward. Anyways, I don't think necessarily all the strategies will be that revolutionary to you because they are things that we've been thinking about for a while, and in each plan we take the progressive next step to move us towards those goals. Also, just different about this plan that we want you to be aware of, we are trying to make our plans more approachable to people and digestible because they can be extremely technical and again, include a variety of strategies and choices. So one of the things that we've done is there's a new element of our plan that is just the consolidation of all the regional planning policies. So all the policies that this region is putting forward related to mobility, community, economy, and environment, they're all in one place so that there's very clear way for our local jurisdictions to understand what this region stands for, and collectively we can work to move those things forward. Also in the plan, there's going to be a set of implementation strategies. Same thing in terms of trying to have more clarity on the plan and how it gets implemented. The implementation strategies will outline what SCAG is responsible for, what our County Transportation Commission partners are responsible for, areas we may aim to be working with our COGs and our councils of governments on, and ways in which we might be able to partner with the private sector. So we really want to provide a clear vision of how the plan gets implemented. I think that's important for us as a region to actually make progress, but also something that the state and the federal government want to see from us as well, to make sure that these aren't just pie in the sky aspirations, but we really have some strategies to move things forward. And then finally, I just want to point out, because housing has become such a big part of our work here at SCAG, and is also a huge part of us hitting our greenhouse gas reduction goals and implementing this plan. We have a separate technical report this time that is focused on housing. And I think one of the stats that we use quite a lot is that the housing stock in our SCAG region, only 5% of it has been built since the passage of SB 375. So we talk about changing the footprint of the region, but really, if we're gonna do that, we have to build more. And the region has been slow, even though cities often have the plans in place in order to allow for more mixed use and sustainable growth. That growth hasn't materialized. So it has to be a key strategy of this plan to support the housing production that is gonna help us to achieve that growth vision that is more sustainable. And a final fun part of the plan will be there's a new section on tourism, and I think that is, you know, an important piece of our economy, something that we're required to do as part of the by the federal government, but also a little bit of a teaser that gets us to the Olympics here in 2028. So that is the wrap up of the plan, and thank you.
Item 4, district evaluation process. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? None, okay. I'll call on Michael Houston, Chief Counsel, Director of Legal Services, to provide the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hesitate to say that you're going to end your afternoon talking with lawyers about a couple of topics, so hopefully we have some warm coffee in the back if you feel like you need a bit of a caffeine boost before we get into any of this. But I'm pleased to be here to provide some information on SCAG's periodic review of regional council district boundaries, which review is called our district evaluation process and is required to occur every 5 years by our bylaws. Today's goal is to provide a discussion and get some of your input and direction on a process that staff is proposing to work through over the course of the fall and into the winter months. There are a number of items for your consideration today as we work through this. I'm going to try and be brief. We have a couple of items left. If we don't get through this one today, we will, or if we get through this one today but not the second one, I think Darren and I have talked and we'll take the second item tomorrow because we want to provide enough time for some discussion if there is any. These are the items we're going to be walking through: bylaw requirements, background on past district evaluation processes, the Department of Finance city population data, district population target and deviation, and then some stakeholder input and sub-regional COG input, which is required. So with respect to the bylaw requirements, as I mentioned, it's required to occur, this district process is required to occur every 5 years, basically those years ending in 5 or 8. The city population data is most recently that which is available from the Department of Finance, which recently came out in January of this year, and that's what we're going to be looking at and using. Criteria, which is established in the bylaws, is basically limited to geographic communities of interest and approximately equal populations. Now, there is some deviation on that, and we'll get to that in a moment, because historically we haven't been able to have all districts be of a relatively equal value in terms of population. And then there's other factors that can be taken into consideration. For example, it's okay to cross county lines with regional council districts. However, we are not allowed to cross into sub-regional boundaries. So for example, OCOG is a good example. A district cannot go outside of OCOG. It must be entirely within OCOG's boundaries. In addition, there's stakeholder input that's required. Sub-regional entities, cities, member agencies, and the public may provide input. In fact, you might recall, I think back in the January or February regional council meeting, Member McLean requested as part of this process that we look at whether Santa Clarita would qualify for a single member district. Presently, it's in a multi-city district. And then our bylaws do have a numerical limit of 70 districts at this time. Presently, we have 69 regional council districts, and so any increase in districts other than by one would require a bylaw amendment. Prior district evaluation processes occurred in 2008, 2013, and 2018. And in all circumstances, we previously used, and we're going to be recommending we use, a district evaluation subcommittee appointed by the president. To give you a little bit of background on the most recent district evaluation process, the EAC was consulted early in the process to provide input on a subcommittee, which is essentially what we're sort of doing today, similar to the 2018 process. The subcommittee at that time met about 3 times and evaluated population ranges, took stakeholder input, and developed recommendations for the regional council that were ultimately acted on by the regional council the following year in February. So the result of that process, and what some of the information you have in the background of the staff report, which includes some population data by city and district, were to wind up with a district population range of 245,000 to 345,000 people. And that was coupled with a statistical deviation of approximately 50,000, meaning that district targets were between 245 to 345,000, but plus or minus 50,000 people. So roughly some districts might be as small as 195,000, and in fact, in one case, we have a much smaller district in the 60,000 range, or you could have districts up to 400,000 people roughly. And the 2018 process retained the 2013 configuration of 69 regional council districts. The districts we have today were essentially the districts we had in 2013. As I mentioned, the deviation was there essentially to help keep geographic communities of interest and to maintain boundaries in subregions. There are certain districts in Imperial County, Western Riverside County, northern in the Ventura area where we have populations that are more cohesive and are hence smaller than the typical district range that was set as the target. And another important component was that for single city districts, a population of roughly 245,000 people or more was needed to qualify for a single city district. So let's talk about where we are today. The population data that we have from the Department of Finance from January of 2023 is what we're required to use by the bylaws. And what it shows, and this is included in further detail in the staff report, is that we have had roughly a regional population decrease of about 2.8%. So we've gone from roughly about 17 million people to about 16.6 million people in this year. And if you were to spread that population out among the 69 districts that we have, compared to 2018, where the approximate district size was 246,000, we're now at about 240,000. It also bears noting that no city presently in a multi-city district reaches the population threshold for a single city district. So what that means basically is that every city now that might be large enough and maybe asking to be placed in their own district, if they're presently in a multi-city district, would not reach sort of the population threshold of roughly 240,000 or currently 245,000 to attain that. So the preliminary observation we can make as a result of this is that the population change between 2018 and 2023 doesn't itself warrant changing the current regional council district boundaries, nor does it necessarily lend to the addition of regional council districts. There are, of course, some other considerations that you may want to bring to bear and that a evaluation subcommittee may want to consider aside from population. And those factors include geographic communities of interest, which, it's interesting, the concept of community of interest is sort of sometimes seen as a legal term, particularly in the Voting Rights Act context. And it is something that's different necessarily than a geography, but our bylaws speak to geographic communities of interest. And what that suggests is that there's a compactness or contiguity requirement that's important to consider when we're talking about our districts. In addition, input from sub-regional councils of government and other stakeholders is an important feature for us to take into account, as well as sub-regional boundaries which limit the districts because they cannot transgress those district boundaries. So the process that staff is proposing to pursue is very similar to the process that was utilized in 2018. That would begin with a presidential appointment of a subcommittee with regional representation. The subcommittee then would consider a variety of topics, some of which we've touched on today: population target size, population shifts, geographic communities of interest, whether it might be possible or reasonable to add regional council seats, and requests to create new single city districts. As I mentioned, we've already seen one of those requests come in verbally during comments at regional council meeting from the city of Santa Clarita. And then, of course, any other matters that you might want to give some direction on today, and that's primarily what the purpose of today is to seek some input from you so that as staff starts to go through this process, we're in a position to educate the subcommittee as to what that might look like. So proposed next steps would be the appointment of a subcommittee. A subcommittee meeting's likely to occur in the late summer and fall. We're thinking 1 or 2 meetings might be necessary. given the population that has, reduced slightly from the last time around, and at least the initial thought that it doesn't look like there will be many changes to the district boundaries that might be necessary. And then having some recommendations developed by the subcommittee that would then be presented to the city, to the regional council, likely in the late fall or early winter. So that is the process that we at a staff level are suggesting to pursue. We'd like to, at this point, see if you have any input you would like to give for things we should take into consideration as part of this process. And with that, I would love to get some feedback. Also, I don't know, Darren, if you had anything you'd like to add. I know when you and I spoke about this, you thought you might want to make a couple of other observations on the process. If not, we can proceed to comment.
Yeah, just a couple comments, and thank you, Mike. Obviously, setting representation for this organization is a critical task, and so we do take this process very seriously to think about and evaluate how the districts are set up. And I think everybody realizes there are different ways that people serve on SCAG, obviously supervisors or direct appointment if you're large enough, you're a single city district, because I know everybody serves in a different capacity, and we're really talking about the multi-city districts in this conversation. It was kind of a foundation when the regional council was first established, well before my time. I think Art came on shortly thereafter in the late 90s, is to have every vote in the regional council have basically a similar population that they're representing. So it's not one city, one vote. It's a population weighted district that allows the region to have equity when voting. So this conversation about establishing these districts is obviously something that is really serious. However, given that the population has shrunk slightly over the last 5-year period, and there isn't a lot of new information, we don't want to rush it, but at the same time, we feel like some input and direction from the EAC early on that we're kind of on the right track, and there's some agreement, I think, allows us to set up what comes after that. Not to say that we wouldn't have good conversations with the Council of Governments and reach out to cities that have already expressed interest on having a single city district, but that's really what we're looking for today. If we hear voices that certainly say no, we need to look at that more seriously and think about, yes, this might be the right time to expand the regional council to a broader number of seats. It'd be good to kind of hear those conversations today so we can kind of structure and think through how we address this process in the months ahead.
Frank, and then David, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I saw his first.
That's all right.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I think it's interesting for this discussion that according to the Department of Finance population data, it shows that the population decreased about 500,000. So what does that suggest? I have my thoughts, but I think a reduction in the population, I don't know, my initial thought, it leads towards keeping things the same when it's reduced by 500,000. But what also I'm curious about is the Department of Finance data for 2023. It says we have about 16.6 million population in the region. I'm confused how that compares to what we say. We always publicize that the SCAG region is 18.7 million. Today we're saying it's 18.7 million. When I first joined SCAG, it was over 19 million. Why is the Department of Finance population data for January 2023 saying our population is 16.6 million? Maybe I'm missing something you guys all know, but that's 2 million less than where we advertise our population is.
I am probably the wrong person to answer that question, and I will be honest about that. I don't know the answer to that, Councilmember Yokoyama. What I know, our bylaws require us to use a certain data set, and that's the data set that's before you now. What the distinction is I'll phone a friend here, maybe.
You're phoning a friend?
Yeah, I'm phoning a friend. I'm gonna phone
friend's
a friend.
not home.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no one's answering.
The planner left the room.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right. That's a real good question to ask. One of the things that we've used over time is, I think, curated census numbers and sort of stayed with us. The 19 million was sort of a headline number. But when you look at finance, the finance numbers are a little bit more refined, and it's just a place for us to go to get numbers that we can all kind of rely on, as opposed to the floating numbers that you get out of an assessment that comes out of the census. And the census numbers gets updated too on a regular basis through the ACS, and so there is variation there. But I think the question is, which numbers do you use? We felt like the finance numbers is one that every city uses. It's used for a lot of other government, at least in-state government allocations. So.
And I was going to try and answer the last part, or the first part of your question, though, too, was you sort of said, well, what does this mean? What does the reduction mean? And I think the initial takeaway observation is that the population change, while a reduction and a measurable one, but relatively minor, when you look at the per district target population, it's really a deviation of about 6,000 people, and that probably could lead one to conclude that things should not necessarily change. But to Darren's point, we don't want to short circuit a discussion like that at a subcommittee level. It allows for that understanding to be taken into account, but it also allows for stakeholder input to be taken through a subcommittee process. It allows for the COGS to weigh in through a subcommittee process, and for individual cities to weigh in as well.
Yeah, so thanks for bringing that up again, because my initial reaction to the 2.8% decrease, I agree with that preliminary observation.
Okay.
And thank you, Coleman, but so my question based on what your answer was is, where did we get our 18.7 million resident population number that we use on our marketing materials for SCAG? It used to be 19.1 million, and now it's 18.7 million. What is the source of that number?
Those are census numbers from
census numbers, and then
from the old days.
And
if you notice, we're revising it to get it closer to what the current census is telling us, which is about 18.
And then my question for you is, what is the actual number of residents for the SCAG region? Is it closer to 18.7 million, or is it closer to 16.6 million? What is the real number?
Depends on the authority you consult. If you use census, you'll get 18. If you use the chart C, whatever that chart is at finance, yeah, you get, I mean, this goes to the last number. I mean, it goes to like the one. The gross number that we use is more of an estimate. And so part of it is, the question is, do we want to continue to use our marketing number, or do we just change it wholesale? I think it would look a little weird if we went from 18.7 million to now we're 16 million, and that would create some other questions that would take us a lot of time to answer. But just to answer your question straightforward is, we have two sources of information, and we've used one for headline marketing, and this is more to try and make decisions at a more credible level. Here we have to go with numbers that relate to each city size, and that's the finance number.
I just think it's significant that it's over $2 million person difference.
It also, just to add to that, the census numbers are decennial, right? They're every 10 years. These numbers by the Department of Finance are an annual number that come out every single year, and that's to the point I think Come's raising. That's what our bylaws require us to use. It's very specific. The most current annual Department of Finance population data by city.
Clint? Or no, I'm sorry, David.
Thank you. I'll be quick. That's why you're the chair. You came up with a lot of questions that I might have asked. The only comment I was going to make briefly is, I think it's a good idea that, given this information and the discussion and Darren's comments, that we do consider population thresholds or potential minimizing the number for a single city district, or ways to increase the number of regional council members representing areas in SCAG. That would be my recommendation.
It might be helpful for the group here to get some historical and nuanced background between some of those, or from some of those cities that may be advocating us this year. As y'all, run to volunteer for this committee, I'm sure you'll want to know that. So I don't know if you want to go over some of those, but I know off the top of my head, and I was relatively new when this came about last time. Lancaster, you have North LA, Santa Clarita area, Glendale and Burbank have always advocated for a single city, and there might be some other ones that I'm not recollecting.
Oh, if I could just highlight, which I think what Javier is getting to, it's not usually about one city. Oftentimes when there are some compelling reasons and you do lower that threshold, you could all of a sudden have 5 new cities or 6 new cities. So I think that's something that's just important to consider, is that you make the decision based on the data and not on an individual city, because that can have broad impacts throughout the region.
And I think, Javiera, you've sort of highlighted the ones, at least that I saw, and looking back through the historic record: Burbank, Glendale, Santa Clarita, Lancaster, Palmdale. And if you were to look at the city population data that is presented as part of your staff report, what you'll see is that most of those cities are a far cry from attaining the current threshold for a single member district, which is 245,000 as a minimum.
Did you? I was saying, I thought we just looked up Santa Clarita being 2.25. Is that not? Santa Clarita, we're looking up, and it's again online. 2.25 for Santa Clarita, is that right? Which seems pretty close. That's why I even brought it up.
Yeah, it is definitely the closest. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Question, just a general question. Oh, go ahead. Go for it.
I guess my comment is brief, is I understand what the benefit would be to the individual cities to go into districts, but I think we have to ask the overall question too, is like, what would be the objective of having more or less to the whole organization, right? How does it further our goals as an organization? So I think that's a big question we have to ask too.
I was just going to ask, because my colleague here asked me, do we have cities that are just single cities represented? I said, well, maybe Los Angeles, I would think, is a district in themselves, or and Riverside district. Yeah, okay.
Anaheim.
Santa Ana. And Long Beach has sort of two single city districts, although one of them is a bit of an anomaly because the city of Avalon is folded into that district as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think chiseling it down.
So some of them are below the population threshold, and they were grandfathered in the last cycle.
Right, and presently, the one that would be probably closest to the cusp of not being a single city district would be the city of Huntington Beach, which is at about 195,000, which is, if you look at, pardon me for a moment, I'll go back to if you look at the kind of current deviation structure you have, a minimum population of 245,000. If you use the statistical deviation of plus or minus 50, that puts Huntington Beach sort of right on that cusp of 195,000. So they're on the line, if you will. But again, they're also in a COG where, depending on how you slice the pie up, you have to start to make other decisions that the COG would have interest in promoting. And again, you cannot cross the boundaries to go into any other county as a result of OCOG. Just using that as an example.
Comey?
And I think that's really the key to this conversation, and I appreciate Mayor Dawson bringing that up, is this body needs to divine what you want to get out of this. Why are we doing this? Does it serve any other purpose other than just making some cities happy? Or maybe the threshold is just fine enough and we have enough size there. But, these are the directives that we were hoping to get out of this that may actually inform what the subcommittee also does. Because the subcommittee would be the place where we feel maybe some of the cities need to be heard anyway. And then those pleadings then can be brought back to the EAC for consideration.
Yeah. We can increase one district. If we're allowed up to 70, we got 69. If you go over that 70, though, the committee comes back with, you'd have to change the bylaws.
Right, which effectively means, at least for this particular cycle, you're sort of stuck because,
Yeah.
you know, you can't
Until next May.
change the bylaws until the next GA.
Right.
So does that mean then you couldn't do the redistricting until the next 8 year or whatever that odd thing is?
No.
Okay.
We just approve it in May.
Okay.
Kurt.
Mr. President, I suggest you get a subcommittee, but get a subcommittee started. And it's already, for me, a very large group to manage.
Yes.
And I wouldn't be advocating for any more, it's hard to get quorums when you start having that many people and stuff like that. And the population is going down, not up. It costs more for each one of us to go do things. That means we have to pass on those costs back to our member agencies, the cities as well. So, but the subcommittee could analyze all that and bring back to the EAC later recommendations. That's my suggestion.
We'll have a letter sent out to everybody asking for volunteers for the committee, and then base the committee on a regional basis with equal representation for the complete region.
It was volunteering.
I thought he was well.
I've heard it.
No, I'll wait until we send out the letter. Get everybody. I don't want to order him there.
And Bill wants to share it.
Maybe the criteria should be,
Yeah.
whoever spoke most on this item should be on the committee. So I think Frank was, so they have two there now.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it, but is there any other questions or input you would like to
I think we can hold the other item till tomorrow.
provide?
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
You want to just introduce the last item, then we'll probably not talk about it until tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say we can do that, or I can kind of work through the introductory, and then we can get into the meat and potatoes of it tomorrow.
Yes.
If you'll permit me, though, I need to go pick up my other folder.
We'll see you tomorrow then.
You don't usually do two oral arguments at the same time, so I had a separate folder for each. Again, so the item that we have next on the agenda, and we'll get into the substance of tomorrow, is a discussion of proposed regional council policy manual amendments. The discussion that we're going to present for your consideration are a number of amendments that we will work through, and they're listed here. Joining me tomorrow, my colleague Richard Lamb will present a couple of those. He's our deputy counsel, and he introduced himself to you earlier today. For those of you that are new to regional council policy manual amendments, we periodically bring changes forward, often as part of a bylaw review process each spring. However, as you will recall, this year we did not have any bylaw amendments that were proposed, so staff decided to hold some of the suggested items for discussion for your retreat today and tomorrow. The policy manual is a governance document that serves as a link between our bylaws and the operation of SCAG and its governing bodies. It can kind of be viewed as a how-to manual for the operations of SCAG, and it's really an operational document. So the goal, and then maybe we'll leave it here and come back tomorrow with the actual amendments, is to get your direction on several amendments that were proposed and are part of your packet. The first would be relating to eligible participants for no confidence votes in multi-city districts, and we'll get into what that is tomorrow, but basically there's a process by which a multi-city district can decide to eject their current regional council district representative, and there's been proposed text that is included in the staff report that we'll talk about tomorrow. The second topic is teleconferencing for district elections. There's currently sort of contradictory language in the policy manual. What one provision says it's allowed, one provision says it's not allowed, so we need to fix that. And there's some proposed language and a recommendation in your staff report as well. Additionally, we have a proposed complaint process for the code of conduct that's in the Regional Council Policy Manual. And that proposed text is included for your review. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the history of that. We'll talk about why that has not previously been in the policy manual and why we're proposing putting it in at this point. And then in connection with some discussions we've had at the audit committee and an audit report that was done by our internal auditor and some questions from some of the council members, we'd like to talk with you about some updates to our stipend policy. That is one item we do not have some language drafted in for you because we would like to seek your input and have some discussion so that you can direct staff as to how to go about making some potential changes there. What I'd suggest when we get to tomorrow is that we maybe work through your thoughts on those and whether you agree with some of the staff recommendations on the first three where there's text drafted. And then the goal would be to take your input and feedback and process those into whatever changes we might need to make, as well as providing some language on the stipends. And then at a later date, we'd come back with an actual final package for you to take action on with a recommendation to the regional council. So tomorrow's going to be a bit of a working session on a couple of those topics. I think that probably is more than enough for where we are today. Unless there's any questions, we can revisit it tomorrow.
And we're adjourned.